Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, April 27th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is a lovely, lovely, lovely Monday afternoon in New York City, a spring Monday afternoon in New York City, which always feels amazing. It's great to be here. Had a very busy weekend. I actually spent the weekend in San Diego, California. I had not been in San Diego. I actually got it wrong on Twitter. I had said on Twitter, I had written on Twitter that the last time I was in San Diego was August of 2010 for the UFC on Versus card headlined by John Jones versus Vladimir Matyushenko, the janitor. I was wrong. I forgot that a year later, April of 2011, I was in San Diego for one of the final Strikeforce cards, the second of the Zuffa era, but it wasn't promoted by Zuffa. They had just purchased the company a month prior. There was a fight night event in Stockton on the Friday, and then the following week was in San Diego Sports Arena, Nick Diaz, Paul Daly. That was April of 2011. I'm pretty sure that's the last time I was in San Diego. I remember getting fish tacos with Ben Folks during that trip. I remember it being a very weird trip, not only because of the infamous, where I come from, people like you get slapped interaction with Nick Diaz, which did happen on that trip, but UFC PR showed up to media day. I think they were holding Rockstar cans because I think that was the sponsor for Strikeforce. It was like the NWO, the outsiders coming in to take over, to invade. A very strange trip. This time around, I was in San Diego for something completely outside of the world of combat sports, a series that is hopefully going to premiere later this week. I'll talk more about it when I know exactly when it's going to drop, but something very fun that I've had a lot of fun doing that's almost done shooting, not quite there, but the first episode will drop later this week. And so I was there amongst the great people in San Diego. It was a great time, and now I'm back here doing the program. A lot has happened since we last spoke, a lot to get into. UFC had an event on Saturday, headlined by Aljamain Sterling versus Youssef Zalal, a great win for Aljo, who continues to defy the odds here. He's been in the game for quite some time, entering the UFC, his debut, UFC 170. And I'm going to talk more about that. And we're going to talk to him later in the program about that win and about his longevity and about his place now in the featherweight division. He's now very much a player at 145 pounds. So I look forward to that. Prior to that interview, we're going to talk to Davey Grant, 40 years young, not old, as he corrected DC on Saturday. One half of the fight of the night on Saturday. He's moved his family to Las Vegas. One of the good guys, and I know that our own Pete Carroll is a big fan of his, talking about him being one of the more underrated UK fighters of all time, and I would agree with that as well. And just a joy to talk to, always with a smile on his face, even after a war like the one he was a part of on Saturday. So we'll talk to Dangerous Davey Grant, a member of Tough 18. Would you believe it? Are we on like 34, 35 at this point? So he's been around for a minute. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Jiri Prochazka in our first chat since the loss in Miami earlier this week. He has since become a father, and he's gracious enough to join us. So a three-pack of guests on today's program. There they are, Jiri, Aljo, and Davey Grant. A lot to get to with all of them, and a lot to get to from the world of combat sports. By the way, some people were asking me about this last week. One of the good things about my quick trip to San Diego, the flights weren't all that quick. It's about 5.5 to 6 hours, getting there a little shorter on the way back. I did have a chance to watch the Hulk Hogan docu-series on Netflix, and some of you may have noticed that at the very, very end, I'm in the special thanks, which I forgot about 4 or 5 years ago, with Words and Pictures, the production company that put it together. Friends with some of them. I've known them for a long time. I was asked to put together like a treatment. Treatment is, a 1 or 2 page sort of pitch for a TV show, a series, a movie, whatever. this was, post ESPN, early stages of the return to MMA Hour. And so I did it. Didn't take a long time. And then the project kind of moved on without me. So I had nothing to do with the series, truth be told. But the good thing about the flight was the fact that I was able to watch it all in one shot, all 4.5 to 5 hours. Each of them is like an hour and 15 or so. Ordinarily, that would have taken me probably like 9 months to get through. 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 10 minutes here. And overall, I sort of felt the same way as I did the Vince McMahon series that aired. Fun, trip down memory lane, it's sort of like, it's like eating candy. It's comfort food, right? It's just like, it's a fun watch. It's my childhood. It's the 80s. It's wrestling when I fell in love with wrestling. It's a guy who's obviously a huge, huge name in the world of wrestling, arguably the biggest name ever, impactful, complex, the ups, the downs. I thought Linda, actually, his ex-wife, was one of the stars of it because of the fact that she filmed so much of their early days on their camcorder. So there was a lot of footage that we had never seen before. In the end, it kind of felt a little surface level. It's hard to get to everything. And it's a little eerie knowing that he's now dead. And they handled that, I thought, appropriately. Some footage of the funeral that I'd never seen before. Do I wish some parts they got into a little bit more? Absolutely. Do I suspect that it's tough doing that when it's in concert with WWE? Yes. It was an enjoyable watch. It passed the time 1,000%. Am I giving it a 5-star review? I felt like we needed to learn more, but maybe those docs aren't for me, by the way. Maybe those docs are for newer fans or fans that didn't watch in the 80s or, people that are just sort of like casually interested. Maybe that's the case. So enjoyed it, passed the time. Do I wish there were some deeper dives? Absolutely. And certainly the controversies, you could make the argument that more could have went into them. They did spend essentially the last episode on that. So in the end, some people were asking, so there you go. Enjoyed it. Worth your time if you're a wrestling fan. If you're a 80s wrestling fan, you're not going to learn anything new, but a trip down memory lane, if you will. And some nice cameos as well. All right. So there you have it. I also watched the Jailblazers Netflix doc, which I enjoyed very much. So if you're looking for a Untold to watch, that's sort of like their version of 30 for 30. It is a good one. Later in the show, we're going to talk about all the news and notes that has transpired since we last spoke. In addition to this morning, AJ Fury, UFC heading to Serbia. We'll get to all that stuff. But for the next 18 or so minutes, I wanted to talk about Aljamain Sterling. I want to mention something regarding Aljamain Sterling. Aljamain Sterling made his UFC debut on February 22nd, 2014, UFC 170. So 2014, February, we're talking a little over 12 years ago. These are the names that were fighting on that card. Ronda Rousey versus Sarah McMahon was the main event. Obviously, Ronda hasn't fought in about 10 years. She's returning next month. But, if we're having this discussion 2 months ago, she is, for all intents and purposes, a retired fighter. Daniel Cormier versus Patrick Cummins, the co-main event. Remember, it was supposed to be Rashad Evans. Rory McDonald, Damian Maia, Mike Pyle, TJ Waldberger, Wonderboy Thompson, Robert Whittaker. So of those 10 fighters on the main card, 2 of them are still active UFC fighters. 2 of them are still active fighters, period. Ronda, I guess you could call her active if she's coming back, but maybe you only call her that once she fights. Wonderboy, certainly towards the tail end. Whittaker, still, ticking away. Great job. He's moving up to 205. Rest of the card. Alexis Davis, Jessica Ai, no longer in the UFC. Rafael Sunsao, Pedro Munoz. Aljamain Sterling, Cody Gibson. Zach Makovsky, Josh Sampo. Eric Koch, Rafaelo Oliveira, Ernest Sanchez, Yostenis Cededo. The reason I'm bringing this up is this guy's longevity is insane. Look at those names. And the fact that we are here in April of 2026, he's the underdog against Youssef Zalal, who had won 8 fights in a row, who had been looking very good at 145, who had been saying, I want to be next if I win this fight, and I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And he dominated him. Thoroughly dominated him, in my opinion, for 5 rounds. Yeah, there was the choke there, I think, in the third. But for the most part, that was an Aljamain Sterling textbook win. It's very impressive. And as I sit here on this Monday, I am all in on the idea that Aljamain Sterling, A, deserves to have more respect put on his name. And I suspect that he'll be one of those guys, sort of like a DJ. The resume isn't quite as extensive and as, historic, but a guy that I think we will appreciate more when he's gone. He's had the longevity, he's had the big wins, he had the title victories and whatnot. And I think it's time to talk about him as one of the contenders at 145. And I did see a tweet from Kevin Vachejos, who is a rising star at 145. And I think he got the top of the division perfectly. I think he nailed it. Volk versus Movsar. No one's denying that. No one's arguing against that. John Silva versus Sterling. Yair versus We. We is the way in which he speaks about himself, the collective capital W, we. In case you're wondering, Alexander Volkanovski is the champion. Movsar Evloev is the number one contender, as he should be. Then there's Diego Lopez. Then there's Lerone Murphy, which I kind of feel like they should be fighting each other next, especially given their back and forth. I love that fight. Yair, Aljo, John Silva, Youssef Zalal, Arnold Allen's fighting, Steve Garcia's fighting. I think he nailed it. I think Aljamain Sterling should fight John Silva next. I think it's a really tough fight for John Silva. I think it's a very good test for Aljo. If John Silva could get by Aljo, I know he thinks he should be next, but if he could get by Aljo, now you're a serious number one contender. That's a massive win for him. Maybe one of his best up until this point, you could say. Aljo gets by him. I would love to see Aljo versus Volkanovski. I think Aljo versus Volkanovski would be a really fun, a fun test for both, an interesting puzzle for Volk to try to figure out. Of course, he has to get by Movsar whenever that fight gets announced, and I suspect it will happen in the, fall-ish region. I think that Ian Gary and Islam Makhachev are going to fight in August. I know Islam talked about July. First of all, I've been saying that they were going to fight forever. Michael Morales is posting things, and I think he's just trying to drum up interest, which is fine. But I've been saying this forever, and I don't think anything has changed. The plan is still Conor versus Max in July, not 100% yet, but that's still the plan. And then those two hope is to fight in August, and then so maybe you get Volkanovski in September, October, something like that. And so that's the fight to make there: Volkanovski versus Movsar, and then you've got Aljo versus John Silva. Love that. And Kevin, I know he's kind of throwing the Hail Mary and skipping over some people. He's currently 10, but I love that fight too because he's on a roll. There's guys in between. If Steve Garcia gets a big win against Diego Lopez at the White House, let's see if Diego Lopez gets big. I think the winner of that fight going up against Lerone makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I love the way I like that Aljo's being now considered in there. And I know this is just from one tweet, but it just is the jumping off point. And so let me bring in the guys here real quick and ask, PT, I'll start with you. Aljamain Sterling, what do you say? Aljamain Sterling, is it time? Are you growing a mustache, PT? What's happening? It seems a little bit longer than usual. What is going on?
Looks slick, man.
I like that. You've kind of thrown, what is happening? What's going on?
This whole thing.
You look like Sergeant Slaughter there with your chin out.
Well, I just hope my body can match Sergeant Slaughter's, one of the great physiques.
What are we doing? What are we doing? We're keeping it a little bit longer and then growing out the beard? I like that look.
So I'm not really doing anything, you know what I mean? This is just the way my face is.
That's not true.
Thank you.
That's not true. We've seen you have facial hair before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Whatever it is, I like it. I just want to say.
Can I just tell you, I also watched the Hulkamania documentary, and maybe.
This is it. Okay.
Now, I haven't dyed it yet, but the next step is obviously shaving the. I might do the NWO, dye this black and then do the blonde.
But you got to get the mustache a little bit longer here. We need it a little bit longer. Fu Manchu.
That was an accident.
Okay.
Once again, GC has talked to me before about the beard clippers. I'm not good with them. I'm not gifted in that regard. So what you see is what you get. I think you've been very unfair as a 90s wrestling fan who walked away from the sport when the Ultimate Warrior parted ways with the company.
Yes.
I thought it was scintillating. I enjoyed every second of it.
Okay.
And I just gotta say that to you because I respect you, brother.
I appreciate that.
Brother.
Yes.
Yeah,
what about Aljo? What do you have to say?
I love your idea. John Silva. That is a great fight. And do you know what it is? It answers a lot of questions too in terms of John Silva. This is his area of weakness, you'd imagine, is Aljamain's area of strength. I think you're right to put him up there as a contender. And I do like the idea of him eventually fighting Volkanovski if he can get by John Silva. I think it's a really exciting fight. And I think it's a great test for both of them. I'm really impressed with him. Zalal was on a tear as well. So yeah, I think he's right there. I think he's one fight away. It just needs to be the right fight. And I think John Silva is that fight.
Rick, I know you love Mr. Aljamain Sterling. You
sure do.
You've been following him for a long time, part of the Long Island Army. Shout out to look at this. We almost polished off a whole Funk Harbor here.
We need more. We need the
celebration of Mr. Aljo.
I think it'll be done by the end of the show.
I mean, I'm gonna toast him when he comes in here. That's why I have it right by my side. Shout out to Funk Harbor. What do you have to say about his performance?
Yeah, better than I expected, even as somebody who has a lot of respect for Aljamain Sterling and tends to value his skill set beyond what others would, right? Like the line was had him as a dog and a little bit closer. On Thursday on the Boys in the Back, I said I was going back and forth on this fight, but I ultimately thought Aljo would win. He made it look much easier than that. It was not a going back and forth. It was not a up for grabs. He completely dominated Youssef Zalal, who has looked insanely good in his return to the UFC. It's impressive, man. It's impressive what he was able to do at bantamweight, and it's impressive what he's been able to translate to featherweight. He belongs in the title conversation, and not for nothing, he is the name that I think gives the biggest boost to Volk's resume at this point, right? If we're looking at the list of contenders, I'm not arguing that he deserves it, quote unquote, because I think that's bullshit in MMA anyway.
Yep.
I'm not arguing that he's the toughest challenge. What I am arguing, though, is he is the name amongst all the other contenders that has the most prestige to it. He is the name that would mean the most if you're looking at the resume at the end of the day and go, this guy was a former champion at bantamweight, one of the better champions that the bantamweight division has had. He's looked fantastic at featherweight. He means something to this sport. He is the most prestigious of this group, and so you could do a lot worse than having him in a title fight against Volk. I'm okay if that path ends up being through John Silva. I think that's a fantastic fight and one that's pretty favorable for Aljamain.
And so basically, what you're saying is you want him to leapfrog Movsar and fight for the belt next.
Would I have an issue with it? No, not really. Like, look. Movsar.
No, listen. Movsar's going to come after you. Don't say that.
What? Come after me for what? I don't make the calls. The UFC makes the calls. Would you be shocked? Would you be shocked?
I wouldn't be shocked.
No,
I would have issue with it. I would have real issue with it. He's on a 10-fight winning streak. He's undefeated in the UFC, and he has a win over Aljamain Sterling. Can't do it.
Can't do it. But you don't watch.
Nico Lopez just got a title shot.
I don't give a shit. You can't do it.
It wouldn't be shocking in the modern.
Do you know why
UFC.
it would be shocking?
Tell me.
Only because Aljo isn't exactly like one of their favorites. So
that's fair. That's fair. That's a fair point.
You know,
but he should be. By the way, I mean the guy just goes out and delivers every time. Like he should be. I've never understood the animosity with the UFC. I mean, we saw the series where they seem to like strong arm him into the biggest title fight of his life. I've never understood the fans kind of pushback against Aljo. Like if you're somebody who tells me like I don't like the way he posts or the this and that, that's fine. Like I'm totally on board with anybody. I've just been talking about how I don't get the Josh Hokett thing. If you say like he's quote unquote cringe or just never got it, that's fine. But the disrespect that he gets for somebody who is as successful and good as he is, I've never understood.
What'd you have to say about it, Mr. Burks?
Yeah, not a ton to add. I mean, it was incredible for him to lose the third round in a close round. You know, you mentioned the choke and everything, to bounce back and get a 10-8 on him, and just on a way to a dominant victory as an underdog. It was incredible. Yeah, you guys say he's like in the conversation. He has to be. He's a top 5 ranked fighter at featherweight. He has big wins now. He has that cachet. I love the way Viciejos laid it out. I think that's perfect.
He looked great, man. Like I wasn't sure if he was going to look this good at 145, moving up to 130, from 135 to 145. He always talked about the weight cuts, but he didn't ever strike me as a massive bantamweight. You know what I mean? But now, like you look at him, you're like, damn, that one sequence where he sweeped them, like it's unbelievable.
Did always feel like a
neck
big
surgery and all that.
He always felt like a big bantamweight to me, but I wasn't sure that he'd be physically big enough at featherweight was my concern. He felt like almost like a perfect 140-pound guy, but he has looked absolutely incredible.
It kind of lays out perfectly for him as well if it did map out that way where he fights John Silva and it's Movsar versus Volk. Because if Movsar does win, then he could still be next because his fight with Movsar was so close, he's warranted a rematch.
I would love to see Volkanovski versus Aljo. I think that would be a
Same.
really fun fight. Could you imagine if Aljo won that and like all of a sudden this guy who everyone, said, you were gifted, you didn't deserve it, even though he, won the rematch and all that stuff, and then he becomes a 2-division champion. I know there's a lot of things that have to happen before we get there.
It's
And
not that far off.
No.
If he gets a fight with Jean Silva and wins that fight, you
Yeah.
have to imagine he'd be fighting for a title. If it's Volk, great. Like, that's two of the best fighters of this generation. And if it's Movsar, the guy had the closest fight you're going to see with Movsar Evloev. That is like the lone mark on his featherweight resume, and it was a 1 round apiece, and in the 3rd round, Movsar was able to get it done. But he looked damn good in the grappling exchanges. I would have loved to see that for 5. It's a no-lose for Aljamain right now. If he can get that next fight, it's a no-lose situation.
I think Sterling's camp will want that a lot more than John Silva's as well.
Yeah.
I think they will be looking at
100%.
that matchup thinking, this is
100%.
exactly what I need.
100%. In the end, a somewhat forgettable card at the Apex. I thought Pizzi put it best when talking about the Ryan Spann knockout of Marcus Buchecha. You compared it to a cartoon knockout because of the way in which Marcus's body just sort of flew off the ground. It was, man, what can we say?
Just
that
a
the
little
end of the
disrespectful,
Buchecha
guys.
experiment?
No, not so fast, but just a little disrespectful.
Why did
It's what it looked like. It's what it looked
his
like.
body?
That's all
did-
I said.
Yeah, his body
Does
did.
this concern us? The amount of glaze that Rick had for Buchecha
Yeah.
entering the UFC and his
That's-
performance since then?
Yeah.
Does that worry us for Gable Stevenson because of the glaze
Well, he
Rick
did
has for
say,
him?
thank you, GC, that you really said at one point that Buchecha could be a challenge to Tom Aspinall. You said that, Rick.
Yeah.
I actually have never said that, but I did say that he's one of the
Yeah.
most accomplished jiu-jitsu players that we've ever
That's-
seen.
that's-
I was quite high on his.
You said it.
I
He
was
didn't
quite
say
high
a
on his-
challenge to
on
Tom
his-
Aspinall. He said he would beat Tom's ass.
Yeah.
This is very revisionist, but I will accept it. Buchecha, and honestly, I went back through some of the records. A lot of the big jiu-jitsu players have just
just
not
don't, yeah.
translated. Like, it has been a rough
who's
go.
the best? Damian Maia?
Mackenzie Dern. Well, you're going all the way back.
I'm going all time
Yeah, probably
Damian
Damian
Maia.
Maia.
of
Probably
the
Damian.
modern era. But yeah,
Yeah.
Mackenzie, Damian.
Mackenzie's a champ, right? She has to.
Nogueira would probably be the best. He's the heavyweight
Was
champion.
Nogueira?
Nogueira wasn't
This-
decorated in the way that like some of these. other,
He was, man. He was
No,
a
no,
world
no.
champion.
Yes,
Oh, ADCC world champion.
Rodolfo Vieira, Buchecha
I know the
are
guys
like
you're talking about. These
best
sort of like
jiu-jitsu
yes.
of generation. Like they were freaks on the mat. Like it's not the same level.
Eric
Pasha
McConaughey beat
Gracie.
him.
He is not good at MMA. Jeez, he is horrendous at MMA.
Who's this?
Buchecha.
Yeah. Now 3 fights in the UFC, 2 losses, 1
It just
draw.
feels too late. He came to the game a little too late. It's unfortunate, but.
Yeah.
That was the only knockout on the card. The only other finish was Jackson McVeigh against Cedric Dumas. That was a submission, Bravo choke. That was impressive. The rest, just decision after decision after
Mate,
decision.
it might have been the only knockout, but I was sleeping. I'll tell you that much. Watching the fucking thing.
Pizzi, what'd you make of Jackson McVeigh's Irish accent?
Yeah.
Top. Absolutely great. I mean, up there with Hokits, right? Just amazing.
Good stuff.
I was like, wow, is that you, Dad? You know? Incredible.
There were some good stories. What about Cody Durden getting the win?
That was actually incredible.
Yeah.
5 days notice as like a
Big
plus
underdog.
550 underdog. Essentially his UFC career on the line. He had lost 4 straight.
And then he shoved it up everyone's behind on Twitter. He was spiking the football. That was good. The Davey Grant fight was fun. Norma Dumont's quest to fight for the belt gets derailed.
Oof, yeah. It,
Can I just say,
jumped
like,
off the tracks hard.
when they do that bit in the commentary, like, you know, she could have just held out for that position, but she wants to be here. She wants to prove it once again. That's when I was like, oh no. It's like a curse. It's like when you see the 2 guys who are absolute murderers facing off against each other. And you're like, there is no way this will go to decision. You're like, well, there it is. It's absolutely going.
Yeah.
there
Which
now.
fight were
That's
they
how I
talking
felt.
about when you heard this? Was it the co-main? The quote-unquote
The
co-main?
Norma Dumont fight,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
when she was walking out, you know, she risked it all, and very close fight. It was a lot of that kind of stuff. I think that's why the Davey Grant one stood out so much. He again was the underdog going into that fight. He's against the guy who's coming in, a hot prospect. I find, like, I think we were talking about this before. I find this is happening a lot, where the
Yes.
shit hot prospect is put against like a stalwart of the UFC, and it just feels like a crazy matchup to make. But the bookmakers tend to always go with the upstart young gun.
You're 100% right. Adrian Luna Martinetti, his opponent, had been on a 15-fight winning streak. So there was some, credence. But yes, it does seem, dating back to the Dustin Poirier, Benoit Saint-Denis. What was the tweet? How did you phrase it regarding Davey Grant? I alluded to it. Did you say most underrated?
I think he's the most underrated fighter from the UK that's ever fought in the UFC.
Unbelievable.
And I can remember, Ariel, I think it was nearly 10 years ago. I'd say it was 2017, 2018 in Hamburg. He was fighting on the card, and I put out an interview. I think I was writing for MMA Fighting at the time, and I put out an interview saying, like, Davey Grant, he's an elder statesman of the division, but he still thinks he can take out these young guns. And people were in the comments like, oh, yeah, right, Davey Grant, blah, blah, blah. 10 years later, 40 years of age, still just savaging these dudes. And the guy he fought, Martinetti, like, he had a really great pace, and I think he was kind of thinking like, this older guy, like I'll be able to run out his tires after 2 rounds. But he was there the whole way, and then you could see the guy fighting who was trying to put this pace on him. He is just a tremendous fighter to watch. So violent for such a really, really genuinely fantastic guy, like one of the most positive people you could ever meet in the sport. And he's risked it all for the sport, as you said earlier. Moved his whole family, like he has teenage kids, moved them all out here to Las Vegas to pursue this dream. He has no intentions of hanging them up anytime soon. And with performances like that, why would you?
One of my favorite little factoids about Davey Grant is that he was introduced to us on The Ultimate Fighter in 2013. Between 2013 and 2019, he only fought 3 times in the UFC. Well, outside of that one fight. So he fought in 2016. His UFC debut in the finale against Chris Holdsworth, which he lost, was in November of 2013. And then his next fight was in February of 2016. Okay. And then his next fight was in October. Then his next fight was in July of 2018 and then November of 2019. So the idea that he would still be here all these years later, when the vast majority of those fighters who were a part of that season are even fighting on those cards. I mean, the Ultimate Fighter finale, it's always fun to do this, as I did at the top. That was Diaz versus Maynard, Pena versus Jessica Rakoczy, Holdsworth, unfortunately, had injuries. Jessamine Duke, Raquel Pennington, Roxanne Modafferi, Akira Corsani, Maximo Blanco, remember him? Tom Ninemaki, Pride of Finland, Jared Rosholt, Sean Spencer. Anyway, the fact that he's still here and looking like this at 40 is rather remarkable, if you ask me.
He's incredible.
And he's just such a lovely guy, always smiling, right? Always so happy. Yes. Amazing. I wonder, how many wins does he have? Well, I could see right here how many wins he has in the UFC. 9 wins in the UFC. I wonder where that ranks as far as all-time.
Yo. Can I just say,
yes.
Split decisions, so many split decisions where a lot of people thought Davey won the fight. Like, he had so many. I think he had like 2 or 3 in a row at one stage where everyone was like, oh, how can you be this unlucky? Beat Marlon Chito Vera back in the day. I think they fought again and went to split decision on that as well. Could be wrong on that, but definitely had a lot of very close fights, which if he had won them, he would have been in a completely different situation. But he isn't. He deserves all the love in the world from the UK fans. Honestly, like, he deserves to be one of those names that people bring up in these conversations. I'm not trying to say he's Leon Edwards or Michael Bisping or any of these things, but he has represented the UK so well and still doing it at such a high level. It's really remarkable.
And weirdly enough, he hardly fights in the UK. He always seems to miss out on those cards. Right? Vegas, Vancouver, Abu Dhabi, Tampa, then London, Vegas. By the way, speaking of people that we all love, remiss if I don't mention our good friend On Air Jordan is back. Yeah, On Air Jordan is back. He's back from his paternity leave. There he is, just in time for the Knicks championship run, just in time for Spurs to be relegated. There's so much to be excited. Whoa. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're really battling that one. That one's not so fun.
You'll be okay. Hey, can you keep it down there, Eric? We're having a chat here. Spurs, it's getting a little Spursy, is it not?
And now, arguably, their best scorer is done.
Yes, I saw that. Javi, yes. Look, you can't all, win 5-0 against Sunderland. You can't all win 4-1 against Burnley. It's just, talk about peaking at the right time for our good friends over at Nottingham Forest.
We got a win, this weekend.
You did get a win.
You really need a win.
It was Wolves who have 17 points on the season, but
Hey, a dub's a dub.
Me and Petey's dad just
I know,
standing up, shouting
My
at the
dad.
TV. Just kick the ball out of bounds sometimes, you know?
I feel for your pops. I feel for him. We all know. Yeah, I feel for him. It's getting a little dicey. If it were up to me, Leeds gets the boot. I have a good friend, Rob Armstrong, who's a big West Ham guy. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I thought you were going to say I have a good friend who's a Leeds fan. Fuck him.
No. Leeds, But Leeds are doing well. They don't lose. Leeds aren't losing.
Yeah, they look good. They lost yesterday, but I mean, that's...
Forced on fire. Europa League semis on Thursday. I'm the last one left. No one, you know.
Tottenham to be relegated right now, minus 140.
Minus 140, huh? Tremendous.
West Ham
Can I
plus
tell
130.
the people, I don't think I've revealed this on the show, but I actually bought my dad tickets for the last game of the season months ago.
Wow.
And
I
now go.
pray that it's all on the line.
I do as well, but I mean, I don't
I didn't want
know.
to say because I don't know if your dad watches. I didn't want to ruin the surprise, but
Oh, no, we told them.
my anxiety for you in this scenario is through the roof right now.
It could be the worst gift anyone has ever bought anyone.
Honestly, it might be just as exciting as winning Europa League last year if they win final match.
I hope they do. Jesus, I feel like I'm more invested in Spurs than I am Manchester United at the moment because I've got these tickets.
Sure.
I'm just like, how is it so bad?
Who are they
How is
playing?
it so
Everton?
bad? Yeah, they're playing Everton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it's any consolation, that was the game I saw at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and they won 4-0. So perhaps, but it might be elementary at that point, you know.
Can you fly over just as a good omen? Maybe bring the lads.
Well, speaking of omens, I mean, it feels like everything went down the shitter when you got rid of Brennan Johnson, if I'm being honest. The curse of Brennan Johnson, that's what they're going to call it from now until eternity. But I'm delighted for the boys from Nottingham. And yes, a lot of people say we jumped off the bat. We never wavered. We never wavered.
He watches every fucking game.
Every game. I was on the way to the airport. I'm watching on my phone. It was tremendous. It was absolutely tremendous. So good luck. And more importantly, and most importantly, welcome back, Jordan. We missed you.
Love you, Jordan.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
He's got that dad strength now. He's got that dad strength.
He's been on steroids.
Something like that.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
went
know.
from
Again?
10-pound curls to 12.
Hell yeah. Our first guest of the day has that dad strength as well. Hopefully we're going to be joined by him in a matter of moments. His name is Jiri Prochazka. He is a man that we just saw him compete earlier this month, and he's kind enough to join us. He's got a busy schedule because he's a dad now, which is very exciting. And so without further ado, let us say, okay, well, we're going to stretch. Let's just say hello to Jiri. He is the pride of the Czech Republic, and he's kind enough to join us right here and now. Hello, Jiri. How are you?
Hey, Ariel. I'm great. How are you?
I'm sorry for the stress. It seems like you're out and about, so I apologize for bothering you.
No. I was in restaurant and I'm just trying to catch the signal, better signal here.
Okay.
So,
Jiri.
Here we are.
Yes, here we are. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. And before we get into anything, congratulations to you and your partner on the baby. How are things going? How's the fatherhood treating you?
and thank you. It's like still I still don't understand it. I still don't understand it. It's much bigger than I thought. And right now, it's in me is a lot of emotions, a lot of emotions about the born, about the Eleonora, and of course, first of all, about the fight. Still, I can't like to sleep calmly because I'm still thinking like about the improvements, about all these things was happened, and but this small angel, wow, it's like giving me a lot of energy to keep thinking positively and keep like working on myself. Yeah.
To become a father, Jiri, is always a blessing. But I'm wondering in this case if it's an even greater blessing that you've experienced this, because had you not had this amazing thing happen to you, this distraction, if you will, to give you this perspective on life, the loss might have haunted you even more. That the fact that you became a father so quickly after this fight that I know hurt you so much, maybe you'd be dwelling on the loss even more, right? Do you feel like it's an even greater blessing the way everything worked out for you?
Yeah, everything is much deeper. So uh, to be a father after a loss of fight, you know, every time I lost the fight, everything around me, even the people around me, even the coaches, the team, the family, everybody is going to be more rare, more honest, more straight to myself, you know, and I have to be also more straight to myself. So it's for me the time of truth, you know, and this is what I'm really, I appreciate it. This is what I appreciate it, and maybe I need that. Yeah, maybe I need that, and I just believe that in all these things, there is a higher God's will.
You mentioned just a moment ago regarding like the lack of sleep and whatnot. Can you tell us, how are you handling it? How is it affecting you?
You know, in the end of everything, in the end and death of ego and death of all your imagination and all your mind, there is a breath. There is one deep breath in, breath out. And it's just time to think, move positively. One move, second move, understand what's really necessary right now. And I really don't have time to stay and be sad or think depressively or whatever. No, there is a new life who needs me. And I want to give right now all my energy, everything, to make my girls happy, to keep them safe, and to be just as strong as men have to be. That's all.
Have you rewatched the fight yet?
Yes, for sure. I saw the fight. And amazing first round. One of the best first round what I ever did. I was prepared for 100%. Like that was one of the best preparation in my life. I'm so proud for my team, for my like family, everybody around it. That was everything was fucking like successful. Everything was great, and there was only me who did these thing in the fight. Yeah, I just lost my focus. I just lost my focus. Be so focused on easy victory. I don't want to speak about that anymore, man. I don't want to excuse about that. Doesn't matter for me right now. Is the most important thing to keep my girls safe and keep them healthy and work on myself. That's all what I right now. Other thing, other thoughts about the fight, about the excuses, loss, whatever, doesn't matter. Only way out is a forward.
I understand. Can I just ask, did you notice right away that he was hurt, or did it take you some time in retrospect to notice that he was hurt?
I saw that in the first move when he stepped back, and I saw that straightly because I know that really well. I know all these things because it happened to me in Japan 2006 2016, it happened to me also. So I really know what is the how it can affect you and how uncomfortable it is.
Carlos, in my interactions with him, is a pretty sort of like even keel guy. He doesn't get too high, too low. But when I spoke to him in the Monday after the fight, after he won, he had some criticism of you, which I think you may have seen because you alluded to it maybe in your video of some of the things that he was saying about you, that he didn't believe that you were showing him mercy, and he called you a pretender and things like that. Did you see these things, and did it bother you, the things that he was saying after the fight?
What you especially mean? I want to react directly for these things. No
Sure.
other things.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. He said he called you a pretender. He was saying that you're not the tough martial artist that you sort of exude, that we believe you are, and that when he was facing off with you, he felt this sort of fear from you, that you were fearing him. Did you see that? And if so, what do you make of that statement?
I don't want to hear this bullshit from a stripper. Yeah, this is it. I don't want to, like, in a humble to react for this thing. I believe that in the cage we are the fighters. We are one of the most rare people in the world. And anybody think, if somebody think that I prepared my words after the fight to tell the crowd like I was so merciful, man. First of all, I didn't say that. I didn't say that because Joe Rogan told me it was a mercy, and I think like it was not about like the mercy, but I just saw him. He was hurt, and then I didn't accept the scenario of the fight. It can be easy fight because only thing I know is the hard work. Keep the working, beat the opponent through the hard work. And right now, this time, it showed me it can be really easy. And I was not prepared for this scenario. And about the things what he's saying right now, like, congrats, he's the champion. Really, he catched me. I accept that. But all these things what he said, like about I played something, maybe I'm too old to play something, whatever. I want to be rare. I want to be real. And that was bullshit. That was bullshit what he said. And I don't want to say any more things and some excuses. I don't care. I lost, accept, and let's go back. I really right now looking forward to be back in the work. Really understand what I need to change inside of myself, inside the team, inside all my preparation. Just hard work, be precise, faster, stronger, and smarter in the fight. Yeah.
When you say things that you need to change, what are you alluding to? What are you talking about when you say change?
Right now, I don't want to speak it like I don't want to say it like.
I understand.
To the crowd, but there is many things what I need to. What was like last 2-3 years, there was a lot of things what I wanted to change and I didn't change. So right now is a great time to to grow. Yeah, to grow.
The reason I ask that is because in the aftermath of the fight, and this is something that people have talked about with regards to your fighting style, the fans love your fighting style because the fights are always fun. You're a kill or be killed. But sometimes it has been said that, you keep your hands down and you're susceptible to getting hit when you have that sort of style. But again, that's why the fans love you, because it's always a sort of war. So when you say change, I was wondering, do you think you need to change your style? Do you think you need to fight a different way in order to not get hit as much?
Right now, I felt great in the fight. I think I found a way how to be more myself, more believe in my style, and also keep the hands up, be more like be precise in defense, all these things, and work on the other things like wrestling, grappling, all these jiu-jitsu, all these things. Like I want to push it more. I want to push it because I feel the potential. There is a lot of energy. What I like see, there is possibilities to be improved. But right now, I'm giving right now to time a little bit to myself to relax more, and also stay active, stay hungry for improvement. And this is if something I know that what's necessary for my improvement in my life, personal life, in my fighting life. And this is what I really love on my life. Yeah.
I saw a photo of you recently. You're in incredible shape. So it looks like a fight week photo when I see this photo. It seems like you haven't let yourself go, so to speak. Look at you. Like you're still working out. You're doing everything you need to do. I don't know if these are the ones from now, but still, you're in incredible shape. And so my point is, clearly you're taking the time. Personal life, I couldn't agree more. How long in your mind would you like to be away for? Because I know there's probably a part of you that can't wait to get back on the horse and, right the wrong of this last result, right?
Thank you for the question. And only answer for this is once you accept the way of the warrior, like my work is to be the best in the world in what I'm doing. You have to accept also, you have to eat the best things. You have to drink the best water. You have to breathe, keep the breathing exercises, all these things, keeping your mind sharp, keeping your mind calm. Your body have to be the best. So my body is my work tool. So you need to keep your tool all the time sharp. So that's why I'm keeping myself working on that all the year, keeping myself sharp and fresh all the year. So I want to be back, I think, around right now I have the time with my girls, so it will be like 2 months. Right now it's 2 months really in the big press. So I just came back from after the fight and straight to the hospital and all these things. So right now I believe like August, September, November, October, something around about the October. Yeah.
Have you allowed yourself to think who makes sense for you to come back against?
Right now, yeah. Right now, Costa or Ankalaev.
Do you have a preference?
I don't care. I want to be the best. I want to be the best. And since you understand that you want to be the best, you have to defeat whoever. So one of them, I believe, deserved the fight.
And interestingly enough, I don't know if this is the reason, both have been openly critical of you in this fight. Have you seen their comments, and is that part of the reason why you're saying them?
No, it's not why I said them, but both of them. Right now, I see like the most possible opponents.
How's your sleep been, by the way?
What you mean?
You know, when you have a baby, the sleeping is tough. A newborn.
It is. It is fun. Yeah, really. And my girlfriend, she don't sleep. She like she is like so awake all night, but it's something like really new, you know. And I'm the only one who's awake at 5 a.m. and meditate and doing all these stuff. So it's for me something new that she's awake all the night. But every time I go to the sleeping room and I lie next to the Eleanor, like the baby.
Yeah.
And so she's sleeping. She's sleeping. She's calm. She's quiet. Everything is good. So I'm happy that she's a really nice baby, like good baby there is like not some big problems with her, and I'm so happy that she's healthy. She's healthy, man, and she looks like small angel. So
amazing.
I'm happy for all these things. I'm happy. Fighting, yeah, it's tasty, but let's go for that.
I know you have to go, so I just want to ask you 2 quick questions and then I'll let you go. Number 1, do you feel like you have new motivation, new purpose now that you're a father? Do you feel like it has changed you? I know it's so early, but do you already feel that difference?
Yes, feel that, but don't want from me some comment on that, because I didn't still handle that in a full. I didn't observe that in full power, because it's much bigger than I ever met. So let ask me after 2 months, and I'm looking forward for the next camp, for the next preparation, for the next move. Yeah, let's go for that.
And finally, what's the greatest lesson that you've learned from this experience, the experience that you had in Miami? What are you taking away from it?
Don't lost your focus from your target, even whatever happened. Without mercy, no mercy, just go through whatever is in front of you. That's all.
Thank you, Jiri. Much love to you. Congratulations on the birth of your daughter. Very, very happy for you. And I know this isn't easy for you to speak about. And so I have so much respect for you coming on and talking to us and leaving your dinner to speak about it all. We really appreciate your time and wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you. Stay strong. Have a good night.
You shall be back. Thank you, Jiri. All the best to you. There he is, Jiri Prochazka, the pride of Czech Republic. How could you not love that guy? How could you, Fyodor used to do this as well. Jiri does it, obviously different circumstances. But there's something about the interview subjects, the fighters who just take a beat and really ponder the question and try to give you the most meaningful answer possible. And I could certainly understand why, why it's difficult and why he wants to move on. And certainly a lot has been said about him in the aftermath. And I feel for him. I feel the same way that I felt after the Monday. I do believe that there's a part of him who sort of, as he said, lost his focus there. Whether that's mercy, whether that's this, everyone's interpretation is different. But what I said in the aftermath on the Monday show was like, he is the type of guy, he has that intensity that this is going to eat him up inside. The fact that he became a father just days later, any parent, any father, mother will tell you that the moment you become a parent, everything changes in terms of your perspective, in terms of your thoughts, the way in which you look at life. It's natural because all of a sudden you've got a massive job, a massive responsibility, lack of sleep, whether you're the mother who gave birth, your whole life gets changed, the father who now has to help in any way, shape, or form. It just all changes. So you can't sit there and fixate on things. You can't scroll on your phone. You can't be as selfish. You can't go do the thing that you want to do on a Tuesday night. You can't go out for dinner. You can't go play basketball. Whatever it is that you do that's sort of selfish, you can't do that anymore. And so for that to happen to him in the immediate aftermath of a heart-wrenching defeat is some kind of gift from above. Whatever God you may believe in, whether it's the MMA gods or anyone else, is a gift to him. He may not recognize that right now, or he may, and if he doesn't, he will. It's a real special thing. I remember, like, if I didn't have kids, not to compare myself to him is totally different, but the greatest gift that they gave me, among many other things, is that they gave me this perspective and balance. I have this OCD where I fixate on things, and if you are just alone or not tending to others, you will drive yourself insane. The kids allow you to recognize that there's more out there. There's other things to think about, other things to worry about, other things that give you joy and escape. Whatever, they provide these things sort of naturally that you don't even pay attention to. It just sort of happens. And so for this to happen to him is such a gift. It's really a gift, and it's so amazing that it happened in the 2-3 days. Obviously, he didn't want it to go down like that. I'm sure he wanted to come home with the belt and celebrate and do all these things. But it's so fortuitous, and it's unbelievable for him, especially such an intense guy, for it to happen this way. So I wish him the best, and I can't wait to see how he returns. And both those ideas are great. Obviously, Costa would be an amazing fight. Ankalaev would be an amazing fight. He's not shying away, and we'll hear from Carlos Ulberg later in the show. He has done some media. He's still in Las Vegas. But it's probably going to be, at the very least, 6 to 8 months. At the very least. I can't imagine 6, but that's what he said before he's, ready to go. There's some jockeying for position at 205 that can happen. So let's see how it all plays out. Still to come, Aljamain Sterling, who won in the headliner on Saturday. He's going to join us at 2:30 to talk about that big win. But now, let us talk to the ageless wonder, the timeless one, dangerous Davey Grant, who at 40 years young was victorious on Saturday. He's now won 5 of his last 7 bouts. He was one half of the fight of the night on Saturday. In my opinion, the best fight of the card. And so rightfully so, he wins that award. He defeated Adrian Luna Martinetti, who's 10 years younger than Davey and was on a 15-fight winning streak. And just as enjoyable as the performance was the post-fight interview with a smile on his face, with his family in attendance. Tremendous stuff from Davey Grant, who our own Pete Carroll said is one of the most underrated UK fighters in UFC history, and I certainly agree with that as well. He's kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon to talk about it all. There he is. Hello, Davey. How are you? Congratulations.
Hey, Ariel. Hi. Thank you very much. Nice to speak to you. And thanks for the nice words. It really made me feel good. That
the smile still hasn't left your face since Saturday. It's amazing to see, even after a war like that.
Oh, it's fantastic. I woke up this morning and, I didn't sleep on the night of the fight because obviously the adrenaline's flying. And I woke up this morning, I must have been in such a deep sleep, and I never sleep all night. And I woke up and I was like, oh, right, I was still nervous about the fight. And then I was like, oh, no, I've had the fight. Oh, good. Oh, yes, everything's good. Do you know what I mean?
I love that.
It was fantastic.
It was so great to see, like I said, in the post-fight, to see your family there. And I'd love to ask you about that. You have all now made the move to Las Vegas. You're all settled in, the whole crew's there?
Yeah, all of us. It's been fantastic. Honest, we love it. Like, it was a bit hard for the kids adjusting at first, all missing their friends and their family and stuff. But they're all right in the swing of things now. The 2 boys, like my youngest boy, he's like 14, so he's doing homeschooling and training full time at the gym and helping coach the kids' classes. My oldest son, he graduated at home, but he graduated 16 in England, so he didn't want to go back to school at all. He's just training full time and helping coach at Syndicate as well. And then my little little girl. She's going to like a school because she's only 8. So she still feels that I still feel like she needs that. And then she's training at Syndicate every single night as well. So it's been fantastic. My wife, we're just trying to get like sort of things sorted, and then she's wanting to go and find a job and work on a career.
When did this all come together? Like, when did you all officially make the move? How long ago?
So it was August. We made the move over. I moved in August on my own with the kids. We were supposed to be moving to Dubai, and then I was talking to John Wood, and John Wood was like, "Look, you really will need to focus. We really want you to focus on your career. He wants me to come, like, be a part of Syndicate." And we were planning on moving to Dubai, and I was in Dubai for a few weeks, and there was a lot of opportunities coming, but it all seemed like it was more towards work life and after fighting. There was like different like investment type opportunities, and then John was like, "Look, you're still doing so well. You need to put everything into your career." And it was like a mutual conversation. So then we ended up just backtracking. We had the kids in schools and everything in Dubai.
Wow.
And then we backtracked and went straight over to Vegas. And my wife, I rang her. I was like, "Look, we're going to move to Vegas." And she was like, "What? What on earth are you on about? We've got everything sorted." I was like, "I know, but I think it's going to be for the best." So I went home for a week and then flew out to out to Vegas with the kids. And my wife was still at home. I'd only been there 2 days. And I took the fight with Charles Jourdain. So I was a single dad with 3 kids. 2 of the kids were in school, making the baits, like they're making a packed lunch for them and getting them up to school in the morning so I could go and train for the Charles Jourdain fight. It was insane, but I was so pleased now. It was all worth it.
How, obviously that fight didn't go your way. Do you think any of that led to the performance? I'm not asking you to blame anything on your family or use them as an excuse, but do you think it was just a lot going on in your life?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It wasn't just that. It was obviously, because you learn a lot from a loss like that, and I've always come back better from a loss. You have to use them to learn. Otherwise, that's the whole point of losing for me. Like, it's to gain experience. But the hard thing, what was really hard, was I did 4 weight cuts in 10 months. That was tough. Like, I was sick to the back teeth of dieting by the time the fight came round, and I was never out of camp for like 10 months because I had a fight against Raymond Tavares in the December, then one fell through against Daniel Santos, and so I went straight back into camp to fight Damon Blackshear in Dubai. Or Abu Dhabi, and then I was straight into camp after everything what had happened, an absolute whirlwind, and moving countries straight into camp against Jourdain. So it was tiring. I wouldn't use it as an excuse. Like, he hit me with one of the best knees I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that was why I got beat. It was fantastic what he did. So there's no excuses. But it was tough. It was hard. It was just like challenging 10 months, a lot of hard work on it.
By the way, I have kids that are around the same age as yours. It's daunting to bring them to a whole other country on like on a dime like that, going from Dubai, obviously UK, then Dubai, then Vegas, thinking that they're moving there to come here. How has the adaptation to American life, to Las Vegas of all places, been for the children?
Yeah, they've loved it. Honest, like they really, because my kids have always been around gyms, and that's the only people that we associate with over here. Everybody I know, I've got. Don't get me wrong, I've got a fantastic network of people in Vegas, but it's all gym related. And to have my kids grown up, one of the best things ever from my career is my kids have been around gyms every single day since they were born, and they just think that everybody just trains every day. That's what they think. It's like, that's the habit. And if I give them that habit going into their adult life, then my entire career would have been worth it. It's like, I don't feel like there's much of a better gift that you can give your kids, just to have them exercise every day. That's just habitual from when they were born. And that will definitely be one of the best things ever. So when in America, that's all they do. They just associate with gym people. It's great for them. Like I say, it was the same at home. I had my own gym running with SBG. The kids were in the gym every night with all their friends, and we've created such a good culture in there that the kids want to be there, even when they're not training. They just turn up just to play with each other, just at the gym. It's fantastic.
I love that. You're a proper fighting family, as they say. I saw footage of your son holding mitts for you, which is amazing. Yes.
Yeah, my oldest son, Jay, right? That's the one. He's 16, right? He's been with me ever since, like he was knee high, coming to the gyms. He knows all my combinations. He coaches exactly like me. He was running the kids' classes at Syndicate while I was away with some of the other coaches as well. And I tried my hardest to get him in my corner, not because he was my son, but because he'd done all the extra work with me. Anytime I needed to hit some pads when I had a spare half an hour, he would hold the pads for me, knew all my combinations, and I wanted him there in the corner to help warm me up, but he was too young and the commission wouldn't pass it. It was such a shame. Yeah, because the UFC were okay with it, and then we got told, the commission. So I didn't tell him till a couple of days before because I wasn't sure, but the UFC were like, all right, okay, and then it never got passed by the commission, so he got his bag with all of his stuff in and his name on, so he was chuffed to bits with that, bless him, do you know what I mean? But he didn't get to come in the corner, but I could hear him from the crowd shouting the things what we've been working.
Oh, that's amazing.
My other son was as well. Honestly, it's so good to have them there as part of it, and they're both bigger than me now. I'm the small. They call me the smallest man in the house.
I love that.
So yeah, it's great to have them like part of this journey, but like helping on it as well, not just like not just in the background.
So what's the age minimum? Is it 18?
18, yeah. I had a tournament in Abu Dhabi, but it was short notice, and it was like 17 because I only got an hour to tell the UFC if I could fight or not on one of the fight cards in Abu Dhabi when it was locked down. So I thought it was only 17, and he's 17, my oldest one, at the end of the month, like in a few days.
So is he en route to becoming a fighter as well? Will he fight too?
Yeah, he trains. He's at the gym now. Him and his younger brother, they're at the jiu-jitsu session now. So they train on a morning, train on a night. I haven't let him come to the pro team yet. He does do some of the sessions at the pro team, but the wrestling side on the pro team with him being so young, it's probably just a bit much, and I feel like he'll get more. So he fights out of the Syndicate amateur team on a night, and they've got great coaches, a great squad. He's got his own thing going on there, and even the other guys are asking him to hold pads, paying him, and then getting him to go and work their corners when they fight.
And so the older son that was hitting that was holding the mitts for you, that's Jay, right?
Yeah, that's Jay, yeah.
Nate competes in some Muay Thai?
Yeah, Muay Thai, and he's got another one this weekend, and he does jiu-jitsu as well. He hasn't had any fights. Jay's had 2 fights. Nate's only had Thai boxing fights and grappling competitions. And Nate, that's Nate there. He's fighting on the same one as that on Saturday. He did great. He stopped a lad in the first round. So they're both on the way up. No, that's fantastic.
Legend.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And
What's
Jay's
it like?
already had 2 MMA fights.
He's amateur or pro?
No, he's just amateur ones. It was when he was young.
What is it like seeing your kids do this, to see them do what you have devoted your life to?
Right. It's don't get me wrong. It's fantastic. It is fantastic. And obviously, look, whenever they fought, I'm in the corner. So like I've got to be calm, cool, and focused, and that's exactly what I will be, because that's a cornerman's job. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, you're a father, So when you're a father, it's like you're so nervous. It's like I would much rather it was just me getting in there. I'm comfortable whatever happens, and like just to have only my voice that makes the difference in their fights is very, very testing, and I know exactly what my wife goes through every time I fight now, because like when they fight, it's crazy. It's it's a total different level. You know what it's like for your kids, Ariel. You jump in front of a bus for them, no problem. Do you know what I mean? So to see them go through that is very, very hard. On one of the fights, Nate, the youngest one, he had a Thai boxing fight. It was his first ever fight. I think he was 9 years old, and the kid was just way too good for him. And it was just so much more skilled. And he was crying in between the rounds, saying, "I don't want to do it." And all I wanted to do was pull him out and give him a cuddle. All I wanted to do was that. But I knew that would not be the best thing for him. I was like, "Look, it's a hard fight. You've got to go out there. You've got to try your best, and you've got to give it your all." And he found this extra burst of energy, found a loophole, and then ended up winning the fight after wanting to get pulled out, and he was in tears in the middle of the rounds, and then at the end he was so chuffed with himself. And it's like as a father, it was so horrible because I felt like I'm just pushing him into a fight, man. You would never do that. But there's a learning curve to do with everything, whether you win or whether you lose. And that was a crazy experience. And I'm pleased we made the decisions we did.
And even young Heidi, your daughter, is competing. How old is she?
Yeah, she's 8.
Look at this girl.
She won the belt. Yeah, she won the belt at first grappling competitions in Naga in Vegas.
Unbelievable.
That was even worse than the boys because obviously little girl,
Yeah.
she's the little princess, But she did awesome. First ever competition, like water off a duck's back. She just went in there, knew exactly what she was there for. Because she can be a little bit timid in the gym. She doesn't really like it when it gets to the nitty gritty sometimes. And she did fantastic. She's had like Thai boxing interclubs and stuff as well. So the first time she did one of those, she turned up. It all, and then as soon as it started, she just had that face, and she was just like laser focused, knew exactly what she was there for. I was thinking she doesn't realize what this is going to be like, and she passed with flying colors. It was crazy.
I always wonder in these scenarios. It's what the father is there, you're cornering, but I always wonder about your wife, their mother, who had to be through the whole journey of watching her husband compete, and now some wives are maybe thinking like, oh, and I have to go through my kids doing this again. Like I was thinking about this with Michael Bisping's wife, and now his son is competing as well. I'm like, the poor wife has to now go through it again, a whole other career, but now it's your son, which hits obviously differently. How does your wife feel about all of this?
Yeah, I mean, look, she knows. She's always been so supportive. Like she used to work when I give up work altogether to be a fighter. She was the main breadwinner in the house, and she was just like, look, you just follow your dreams. She's been absolutely fantastic as a partner, like my rock throughout the whole thing. No. Like she must have saw something special. She didn't at first. At first, she laughed at me. She was like, "Don't try and prove anything. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You can't fight. You're going to get hurt." And I was like, "Look, I'm good at this. I really am because I did it before." And then when I met her, I'd stopped, and I only started again because it was like I fancied it. A few of my friends were watching it, and it looked like it was going to be a good night out for the lads if I went and had a fight. So I was like, "Look, I'm going to do it." And she was like, "No, you don't need to do that. You can't fight." But now it's like she knows all about it, and she's been 100% supportive, and I feel sorry for her because it must be so hard for her. I know sometimes afterwards she can't even remember what happened at the weigh-ins. She gets that like sort of nervous, It was it's been crazy for her. So now to have to go through that with the guys, it's looking like we're gonna have to go through again with the kids again. But she's been fantastic for it, and with the life we've created and the all the benefits that you get from martial arts and the resilience and testing yourself and putting yourself in these uncomfortable situations, she knows it's for the best. And as much as it's tough, like it's going to be definitely like better in the kids' lives for sure.
So to have a win like that, a performance like that against a much younger fighter who was on that winning streak in Las Vegas, your new hometown, after everything the family has been through, to have them in attendance, your third fight of the night bonus, but the two previous ones you were on the losing end. Now to get one for a win, now I understand the smile. Now I understand. Like that has to be one of the most gratifying wins of your career.
Oh, 100%. I was just saying this to my wife today. Like, honest, like you dream about things, you know what I mean? Like I read a book about goal setting, and I wrote down all my goals, and it was like, obviously it was to win the Ultimate Fighter, get titles and this and that. Even some of them was to have 2 boys and then to have a break and then have a girl. And then,
wow.
Like that's crazy. That's just like manifested in creation, I suppose. And then the other one was what I thought was never going to happen, but it was to move to Las Vegas, and then that ended up happening. And then everything just keeps happening and happening. And honest, even without all this, I'm telling you, even after my 3rd, 4th fight in the UFC, I've still had to pinch myself that this is what I do for a living. And I go to these nice hotels and I get paid and I get to do interviews like this. And like I'm walking around and people will recognize me. So it makes the kids proud, like my kids will be like, "Oh, come here, I'll take a photo for you." Do you know what I mean? And it's like, it's an absolute dream come true. And I will never, ever, ever take it for granted. I am so grateful to be living this life life, and I'm not even sure why I even deserve it. It's so crazy. It's like I feel guilty sometimes that I've managed to get these sort of experiences. You know what I mean? But I've worked so hard for it, and it's like an absolute dream come true. I know it seems like a really cliche, but it is.
I believe every single word that you're saying. And so you feel this good. You're looking like that. You're getting wins like that. But you are in your 40s. It's been a long journey for you. This is your 13th year in the UFC. I know at the beginning you weren't as active, but to compare, Michael Bisping's career was 11 years in the UFC. So your longevity is there. How much longer do you want to actually do this before you start to really pay attention to what your kids are doing in the martial arts?
So, I mean, I've always said I'm not really going to put a number on it because I just don't know. It's how I feel, and I feel like I'm still getting better. I feel like I can hang with any single bantamweight in the world, and I'll keep fighting as long as I'm healthy. I'm enjoying it. There's no risk, and as long as I still feel like I can compete and get better. It's just I do not want this. It's going to. We know that, but I do not want it to end anytime soon. I just want to just keep riding the wave. Just getting these experiences, and long may it continue. I think I've easily got 2 years still before I'm going to start hitting a decline. That's how I feel in myself, So then we'll take it each year as it comes.
I love that. By the way, how is the ankle? I believe I think you showed up to the post-fight press conference. Your foot was in a brace. Did you figure it out?
It's honest. It's fine. It's healed loads quicker than what it usually does most of the time. And I remember after I fought Raymond Tavares, I was having to go around Disneyland in a wheelchair because we took the kids over because we thought if I'm fighting in Florida, we might as well all go over, have a holiday, and go to Disneyland afterwards. And I was in a wheelchair for about 2 days, so I was expecting the same this time. But it just seems to have healed loads quicker. I mean, I was walking today without the boot. I had the boot on yesterday for a little bit on the morning, and then I took it off, and it's all right. So it looks like it's just bruised, and I haven't had any scans yet, but I think it's just bruised.
Well, I was wondering, I was like, man, what's the secret here? It seems like Davey's turned back the clock, the way in which you were fighting, the intensity, the skill. And then I saw you took the trip out to Turkey. So now it makes sense. You got the fountain of youth. You're looking younger again there, Davey.
That's it.
Look at this guy.
The guys are now hair time. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to those guys. They've done a fantastic job. My wife said she keeps catching a glimpse of me, and she said she feels like it's took 10 years off me. So I might have another 10 years left.
Yes, that's the difference. It improves your face, but also perhaps your fighting skills as well.
Yes, definitely. That's it. Look good, fight good, they say.
By the way, at Syndicate, it's interesting. You were on Tough 18. You were on Team Rousey back in the day. But I do believe Gina Carano is part of Syndicate these days. I saw her giving you a shout out on her Instagram. What has it been like being at the gym with Gina, who's preparing to return on May 16th?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, there's a huge buzz in the gym for Gina. Like she's a massive star. And a partner, Kevin, he's such a good guy. He's doing the jiu-jitsu, and he's like a hell of a Thai boxer, you know what I mean? I managed to get some rounds in with him. He's so they're a great addition to the gym. Both real good people. Massive card for MMA. It's like obviously we've got another two guys on the card as well. So we've got Kenny Cross and Brandon Jenkins on there. Mm-hmm. So it's been good. Like these sort of cards that giving some of the other guys a chance, and it's looking fantastic. Obviously, it's against Ronda, and I love Ronda to bits. She was fantastic for me. Do you know what I mean? But it's just it's a fight's a fight. I want both girls to go on, have a great fight. May the best woman win. Both make loads of money. Both get a nice little retirement fight in there and have fun. So it's all good. It's all good. You know what it's like especially in the top echelons of the fight scene, Ariel. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
It's like it's a very small circle, and I wish them both the best.
Before it's all said and done, do you have a desire to fight back home in the UK, your original home? Because it always does seem like you're fighting a few weeks after, or a couple months after the UK show, the London show. You've had a few, obviously, in Las Vegas, Abu Dhabi. Your last one in the UK, I think, was in 2023. Would you like at least one more in London or some part of England?
Yeah, definitely. I love fighting in England. And I mean, I don't mind because I'll fight wherever they want. Wherever they want me to go, I'll fight. But London, it'll always be very, very special to me.
Yeah. Do you allow yourself to think about who could be next, who you would like to fight next?
No, I mean, I'm at a weird position, I feel, where it's a good position, though. But they give me a debut last time. Last time I was fighting Charles Jourdain, it was like fighting. He's in the top 15 probably now. I would have assumed off his performance the week before. So like I feel like they can give me anyone inside the top 15, just outside the top 15, a debut, and anything in between. And it's like I'm there to fight. I don't mind, Ariel. I'm not like delusional where I think, all right, I'm gonna get in there and make a title run and like look if that happens, if I went and knocked the next 3 out in quick fights, yeah, maybe we could start looking at that. It's always going to be the dream to be up there, but I'm creating a legacy of having exciting fights, which is what I want to be known for. I'm trying to make as much money for my family when I retire, so I can invest and try and bring everyone on. And I just want to get them fights in. So if there's that many opponents for me who I can fight, that just means there's so many more availabilities for me to go and get back in there. And that's what I'm about. Just getting these experiences as many times as I can before we have to retire.
I love it. Well, I wish you and the family nothing but the best. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's amazing to see the kids doing their thing, helping you out. I can't wait for that moment where at least your older son, I would hope, over the weekend, I don't know if you're a basketball fan, but we saw LeBron James and his son in an NBA playoff game dominating. We're not that far away from Davey and his son cornering him in the UFC. That has to be a goal to stick around, right? For at least 2 more years.
100%. And like I say, they're working hard for it. Like, honestly, it's great to have. And you know yourself, Ariel, you're a family man. There's nothing more important than that. Like, my main job in my life is a father, to bring those kids up to be great human beings. That's the number one job. The next job is to be the best husband I possibly can. And then after that, it's to be the best fighter I possibly can. So yeah, it makes me so proud.
You're a lovely man, and I agree with all of those points that you made. And it's very easy to root for you, and it's a lot of fun to see you have all this success all these years after your debut back in 2013. There aren't many fighters left from that tough 18 season, and to see you who it's a bad luck there in the early days, to see you still doing it at this level is wonderful to see. So I'm so happy for you and your family. Congratulations on the win. Enjoy the victory, and congrats on everything you've been able to build for yourself and your family. It's lovely to see.
Thank you so much. I so much appreciate you having me on, Ariel. Honestly, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Anytime. Thank you, Davey. There he is, Dangerous Davey Grant, who is now residing in Las Vegas, but of course from County Durham, England. He is, he is something else, right? He really makes you so happy. He makes you so appreciative, so grateful for life. And as I said, has won 5 of his last 7, has had wins over the likes of Marlon Vera, Rafael Sunsao, Jonathan Martinez, Luis Smolka. Great to see. Really, really great to see. Congratulations to him and Martinetti on the fight of the night that they won. No finish bonuses, by the way, on Saturday. I did tweet something regarding the finish bonuses that everyone went all crazy about, and I didn't realize this. I thought you get a finish and a performance bonus. Performance bonus is $100K. Finish is $25K. You walk away with $125. I didn't realize that it was the greater of the two. So for example, if you get a finish, 25, and then the performance bonus, there's the tweet, you're walking away with 100, not 125. If you just get a finish and no performance, you're walking away with 25. If you get fight of the night and there's a finish there, you're not walking away with 125. Or even fight of the night, performance, and finish, you're not walking away with 225. That's what I thought. Am I dumb? Because I got a whole bunch of you're just stirring the pot, everyone knew this. I don't remember it being broken down this way. Am I an idiot?
Definitely did not know this. Definitely revelation.
Because even in the show, I've said 125 to people.
Yeah. You would assume that the finish bonus is independent of any of the performance bonuses.
Yes, okay. I swear, sometimes I'll check back in and I'm like, whoa, did I miss something? Because we listened to. I don't remember. GC, do you remember this?
No, I thought it was 125 as well.
Okay,
You can get a finish without having a great performance, and you can have a great performance without getting a finish. So you would not naturally assume that these two things are linked. It makes no sense to assume that they're linked. I'm okay that this is how it shakes out, but to your point, I had no idea about this. I would have assumed that they were independent.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, think about how often the fight of the night is one that goes to a decision just because it's such a good fight. If you got a finish like right at the end, why wouldn't you get the extra 20?
Or performance bonus, right? If you get an incredible knockout in the third round or something like that,
You should take home 125.
125. That's what I thought. But apparently the internet knew way more than
Of
us.
course, the
already
internet knows everything.
I just could. I really do not recall it ever being broken down this way. So I asked around, and all the people told me, they're like, no. It's the greater number. So if it's just the finish, you're getting 25. If it's a finish and a performance, you're just getting the 100. So thought it would be important because I've literally said on this show, oh, you walked away with 125, or I've said it about, oh, he's 125. Well, not an issue. And I'm not really one to like get all worked up over the bonuses. It's discretionary. They hand it out. To me, I feel like we paid way more attention to the bonuses after the Paramount deal was announced than the actual base pay, because that's something that we can actually touch. We all know it's either 50 or 100 now. This and the base pay, the purses, the win show is just sort of out there floating in the air. And we were focusing on this when in reality, what we should be focusing and talking about is the actual pay. In the end, though, it's 25, 100, or 200. That's the most. You can't get 225. You get what I'm trying to say. We do have a bit of breaking news. Ooh. It's like a half breaking news?
It's a bit.
It's a bit of breaking news. Okay, I respect that. So Benoit Saint Denis has posted on social media that he's all signed for his return fight. And I believe we have that for you. We don't have the Benoit Saint Denis? Okay. I thought we had a Benoit Saint Denis post. Who's to check? Well, we should have a... Anyway, he posted something. It's on my
We're grabbing it. We're grabbing it.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, of course. It's him holding his baby in the UFC contract.
Yes, he's holding a baby. He's got a UFC contract, but he didn't say exactly the when, the where, the why. That's most important. And now, there it is. It appears as though Paddy Pimblett has posted via his social media that, well, he has a picture. I guess we can't play because of the music, but he's wearing a beret. He's holding a baguette. There it is. And what is that? What are those? Garlic?
Yeah, garlic cloves.
Yeah. What does he say? Let me see. Is it too much music here? Frank said no. He has a picture. Oh yeah, there we go. We can't play because of the music. What's the music, Frank? Frank gets all crazy. I don't even know where my thing is. What's going on?
We're also hearing you.
If you just would have played the clip, none of this would have happened.
Well, the music has blaring guitar underneath.
It's a 6-second clip. What is it, like French music?
Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
I say play everything, man. I say we play highlights. I say we do it all.
Fuck it.
Where's the clip?
Reveal who my opponent is. The UFC will do that in due course. We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
Okay, that's nothing. Boom, out. Now we're out. There is it.
Nope.
There's it.
YouTube's calling.
Ding.
Text message at 12 o'clock. What the hell happened to the episode?
No.
Yep. Yeah. We're gonna have to shut down.
Yeah. So what do you think he was
have no
saying
members
there?
only.
What do you guys think he was saying?
I couldn't
That
hear
it's him
because the
versus
music was too
BSD.
loud.
What else is he saying?
Oh, is that what you guys think?
Yo, him versus BSD on a potential Conor McGregor card
It's huge. That's huge.
with Gable Stevenson. So far, International Fight Week is really like sometimes it doesn't quite hit. This one,
If everything
Corey
goes
Sandhagen?
according to plan,
yeah. If everything goes according to plan, do you guys like that fight?
love
that fight.
banger.
Okay,
Love
tell me
it.
why, GC. You like it. You like it. Why?
Yeah, I mean, Patty, as we've seen in recent fights, like he's willing to go out on his shield. Like even against Justin Gaethje, like he took an absolute beating. He's incredibly hard to finish. We haven't seen it happen to him. And then BSD is a dude that is always hunting for violence, always looking for a finish. It just has all the makings of an incredibly exciting fight.
Okay, if your team Patty, this is for GC again. If you're Team Patty, are you signing up for this after the damage you absorbed in January? Is this the guy you want to come back against? I'm surprised. I love the fight. You can make a case that this is his toughest test in the UFC so far, right? You can make that case. Right or wrong?
Yeah, I mean, the way Justin Gaethje looked that night,
But who was predicting that?
New York Rick actually was.
Fair point, but
but yeah, he was a big.
Did you not think that after that fight, the level will go down? I don't think there's a massive gap between BSD and Justin Gaethje right now.
There's not, and like the way you lose to BSD, if you do lose, you're bloodied up just like you were against Justin Gaethje.
Yes.
But yeah,
fair play, respect.
I was gonna say Patty's a gamer, man. Like he's a gangster for taking this. It's a fantastic fight. There's stakes attached to it. Like whoever wins is gonna still be in a great shot to potentially get a title at one point. I love it. And you're putting it potentially on a McGregor card. Love it.
I'm with you that it is a tough fight, but I also think it's a winnable fight. I think it's a winnable fight for Patty. I don't think he's out of the question to win this fight, even though I do believe Benoit is going to be the favorite. I believe Benoit has the advantage. I don't mind this for Paddy Pimblett. I actually think this is okay. I think he can find a way to win this fight.
I think it's a winnable fight. Who do you think would be the favorite?
Oh, BSD for sure.
I think with BSD's run lately and the way that Paddy looked against Gaethje, he'll be a favorite. I don't think big time, no.
First time Paddy would be an underdog in a UFC fight? Because he wasn't the dog against Justin, right?
Was he a dog to Chandler or was he a favorite?
Nah, he was a big favorite, right?
He was?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's never been an underdog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, I love the fight. I just thought if you're trying to build him back up, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. If you're trying to build him back up, I thought maybe they would go with someone who is, I don't know who the guy is off the top of my head.
I know who the guy is.
Tell me.
Maybe it's controversial. He should have been fighting Conor, if I'm being honest.
Same card.
This is the only thing you can do with Conor McGregor that builds. Love Max Holloway. Have no problem with Max Holloway versus Conor McGregor. Makes sense as a fight. But a win by Max Holloway does not propel him to any new level, change anything for Max Holloway. Like, he'll continue to be a fan favorite, somebody everybody loves. But it could have done wonders for somebody like Paddy Pimblett. That would have been the fight I would have made.
I do say if you're trying to build him up, you get built up if you bounce back and you beat BSD.
It's good. It's great.
I thought maybe you were going to say like a Moicano, a Dan Hooker, someone like that.
Hooker versus Patty had some heat to it. I wouldn't have mind that either.
A lot of heat, a lot of animosity. But I love this. I think this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is a good fight, and not officially announced, but both alluding to a fight, and really, I mean, Patty going out there. When you become a certain type of star in the UFC, you could go out there and announce your own fights. I wish they all would announce their own fights, if I'm being 100% honest. They all deserve that power and honor. So let's see if it does even land on this particular card, although I think that was the rumor, and I think Patty had said that in a BBC interview a couple of weeks ago. Okay, let's talk to the headliner from Saturday. You know, way back in the day, the great Roy Jones Jr. came out with a rap song entitled Y'all Must Have Forgot. I feel like this was Aljamain Sterling's Y'all Must Have Forgot fight, as he was the underdog going into a fight against Youssef Zalal, who was on an 8-fight winning streak, but obviously had never fought anyone quite like and quite as accomplished as Aljamain Sterling, and that was vintage Funkmaster on Saturday at the Apex. He is kind enough to join us to recap it all. Here he is, the man himself. Yeah. Hey, shall we?
Y'all must have forgot.
Hey, shall we? A little celebratory. Come on, son. Are you not prepared?
Don't tempt me with a good time.
This is our signed Aljamain Sterling bottle. Signed.
Let's go.
Here we go, man. Cheers to you. There we go. Okay.
Cheers.
Yeah. Oh,
Good for the soul.
Great for the soul. Well done. By the way, on this program, Aljo, you can have the Funk Harbor on your desk. You could show it as much as you want.
Oh, what was that about?
What? Tell us. Did that come as a surprise? Was that annoying? Were you told you could do that? What happened there? That was a weird one.
Yeah. I mean, Hunter's told me I could do it in the past, and I'd done it for the last 4 fights. So I was kind of confused. And they were like, yeah, it's not a sponsor. I'm like, I've been doing this the last few fights. They was like, yeah, I'm sorry. Can you just please? I was like, you lucky. I love you, Nabi. Because I don't, they take care of us behind the scenes, man.
Sure. She's great.
The UFC staff they're always pleasant for me to work with. And I've only had one incident with one of the workers before. And, that person, I'm not going to reveal if it was a guy or girl, but they were being kind of an ass. And I was a champ at the time. And they were like trying to violate me. It was like, bro, like, nah, we're not doing that, you know? So I just try to handle everything with class as best as I can, you know? I could easily flip the script and just be, you know, that guy, but it's just not, it doesn't get anybody anywhere. Right. So, she did right by me afterwards and allowed me to take some photos with the UFC team and whatnot. So that was cool. So she made up for it. And I spoke to her afterwards. I was like, yeah, I got the okay with this like a while ago. That's why I've been doing it for every single fight. And yeah, that was a little strange, but it is what it is.
At the post-fight, I think you had it up there, right? You were all good there. So it was cleared up.
Yeah, no one was taking that bottle from me.
Yeah.
So
Look at this guy showing up. There you go. With the cigar as well. That's your cigar too.
Yeah, we got Funk Master cigars under the name Triumph Cigars. There's a bunch of them. I got to try the Cub Swanson still.
Wait, Cub Swanson has a cigar?
Cub Swanson.
Really?
Yeah, Cody Garbrandt, Odie Osborne. There's a bunch of them.
Golly, I didn't know that.
A bunch of fighter lines. So
okay.
It's pretty cool.
Man, well, I'm happy it all worked out and you got to have that moment in the aftermath, but obviously the victory was the main thing. Do you agree with my sentiment, the you almost forgot sentiment? Like, I felt like, you know, they were trying, you know, this is not a knock on you, but this is how matchmaking goes. You try to build the young guy off the older guy and try to make a name for the younger guy against the former champion. And you were like, nah, not today. This isn't happening today.
Yeah, I said, not today, Satan.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what, you know, I get it, though. I mean, it's the UFC model. They got to do what they got to do to continue to promote the brand and their company. And it's up to the fighter to go out there to turn back the clock. And I think I did that in a very big way. No one could continue to discredit me. I mean, they tried to, and I fought Mosar, tooth and nail, still thought I won that fight. A lot of people thought I won that fight. And then I go and fight Brian Ortega. And crazy circumstances with that fight in Shanghai. I go all the way to China, and this whole shit goes the way it did. And then I hurt my arm, and then people were still like, oh, you don't deserve anything. You beat a half-dead Ortega. And I go and I fight this young prospect now, a guy I've trained with. And we've seen how fights go when people train with each other. They don't look like that. And I went out there and I did what I had to do. And now I want to see people try to discredit me now. Discredit me now. Like, what can you say about anything that I don't deserve the shot now? You know, I think I stated my claim. I think I did it in a very, very big way. And I'm just happy and fortunate and blessed for the opportunity. You know, it was definitely a scary, tough fight in the sense of like the buildup and paper. It's almost like I was fighting a mirror image of myself, just maybe not with all the wrestling accolades and maybe proven in jiu-jitsu as much. But for me to do that, I think against a guy like that, Youssef the Elusive, like I think I did a very, very good job. And who doesn't want to see Volkanovski versus the Funk Master? Like, what are we talking about? What do we have to do to give the people what they want? Two OGs, two legends of their weight classes. Now I'm in a new one, trying to be a 2-division champion against one of the all-time greats before he hangs it up. I think I more than deserved and earned my shot. And with that said, Mosar versus Lerone Murphy. I don't think anyone's clamoring for watching that winner fight Volkanovski. You know, so give the fans something that they want us to do. Give it a compelling matchup. The storyline is there. We've trained together. I think it's a great matchup. Styles make fights, and I don't think these guys have anything for him. I think Volka is just that damn good still. But I guarantee you give me the opportunity, I will figure out the puzzle, and I will die trying to do it.
Okay, so this is interesting, Aljo, because in the aftermath of the fight, I felt like you weren't as forward in your desire to fight Volk. You were sort of like, I get it if Mofsar is next. Now you're saying, F that, I want next? Is that what you're saying?
No, I want next for sure. I said if it gave it to me, I won't be upset.
Of course.
I'm not going to say, oh, no, you deserve it. You know, the whole thing, like the same thing with Diego Lopez. He got 2 title shots. No one could be mad at him for taking them. Doesn't mean he earned it or whatever, but he got it, you know, and happy for him. He got the chance to fight for a world title, right? Came up short, but it is what it is. If they offer me that same opportunity, I'm taking it. I'm not going to go, Mosar deserves over me. I'm defaulting out. That wouldn't make any sense. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. And if they gave it to Mosar, I wouldn't be upset. Like I said, I do think he has earned it by now at this point. But if they also decide to say, hey, my fight was better, as Dana's been saying of late, whoever has the best performance is going to get the next shot.
Yeah.
I like to think I'm probably that guy right now.
Do you have any sort of indication if they're considering that, if they're leaning in your direction?
No indication, but I'm gonna put it in the universe that they're in the back room discussing it. You know what are we gonna do with that Aljamain Sterling fella? You know what? He looked pretty damn good on Saturday night. The card wasn't that good, but he saved the card. He made it a great main event. He delivered punishment from every single position in the fight, and he made it entertaining. It didn't get the finish, but the fight was entertaining, and it had everything. It had the theatrics. It had a close call moment where it looked like Youssef might come from behind and turn back the clock and get the comeback, come from behind win. And then I get out of that, survive that, go out there, put on a beating. And then in round 4, get a 10-8 round. And then the way I ended that fight showed my dominance and truly showed my Wakanda forever. And, showed them why I'm here. I didn't get here by accident. As I always say time and time again, I've gotten no handouts in this sport. If there's any time for me to get a handout, if you're going to start giving me handouts, we could start now by giving me a title shot. So we could do that.
Historically, as you know, when a former champion who's defended the title a couple of times eventually moves up, the path to the belt, the second belt, if you will, the second title shot in another weight class is not very long. And I feel like you're having to go through a somewhat murderer's road to prove that you are this guy at 145, and I'm wondering if you think that any of that has to do with the somewhat up and down relationship that you had with the brass. Even at the post-fight presser, you're like, hey man, I'm here, I'm done this and that. Yeah, the pay, this. I'm like, oh no, Aljo, just stick to the good vibes. Don't bring this up in this moment right now because you're so close, I feel. But do you feel like that up and down relationship is what could potentially make this last a little bit longer, this road to getting that second title shot?
I would say that's probably what it was. But I've always said everything in good faith. And I did speak to Hunter about this. Like, I know he said to me, like, it comes off like sometimes he doesn't think I'm happy to be here. I'm like, no, dude, this is where I want to be. I'm sorry if it comes off the other way, but it's never been like that. It's just, I'm just such an honest and open guy. Sometimes my honesty gets me in trouble. And maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot. But I think we have a great relationship outside of, the business side of things. But I think that's like almost everybody with any of their bosses, right? But at the end of the day, I'm truly happy to be here. Like, there's no other organization out there that can compete. And there really essentially is nowhere else to go. I can make the most money here. For whatever, and I'm just happy about the opportunity where I'm at. Made my career here, 23 fights in the UFC, 24 now I believe, and I've only fought 3 unranked guys. Like, they've given me so much in this life. Like, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have this rum company. I wouldn't have the means to have all this, to help out my family and everything. Could things always be better? Yes. Who would say no, right? And that's me just being honest. And I don't think that should ruffle feathers. I think it's just, hey, this guy's just speaking honestly. He doesn't mean anything negative or bad about it per se. But yeah, that's just what it is. Maybe it could have been a little bit more fast-tracked if I just played the nice game the whole way, all the way through. But then I just feel like I'm just being phony. At least you actually know where you stand. Like, I actually tell you, like, if you're doing something you're fucking up and I'm not being straight with you, like, that's not a good friend, So that's kind of, I live my life and my career kind of the same exact way. And maybe it's ill-advised, but hey, we're here. We're still winning. It's all right. It's all good. And life's good, man. Life's good.
How much did you use the fact that you were the underdog and maybe people thinking that he's going to build his name off of you? How much did you use that as motivation? Because I did see on Twitter, you tweeted something like, SMD. I'm still not sure what that stands for, but it did feel like you were trying to let everyone know that you're still that guy. Put some damn respect on your name, as you said afterwards.
Yeah, everyone that doubted me is like, all these guys. I don't pay attention to the odds. People just keep posting it and sending it to me and like, you're the underdog. I'm throwing the house on you. I'm like, please, I don't want to talk about betting with my fights. I get it. It's a very uncomfortable thing for me. I hate it because then I feel like you're putting added pressure. Like, there's enough pressure. I don't want to lose in front of the world. And it's okay to lose. I don't want to get my ass kicked in front of the world. That's the worst part. So I'm like, don't give me added pressure. Then I had a friend send me a ticket slip for $150,000 he bet on me. And I'm just jaw dropped like, bro, oh my God, 150 racks is crazy. I was like, well, thank God I did my homework and I won. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I think that was just more like the New York side of me coming out. And SMD, man, like, y'all really forgot who I am and what I've done in this sport to count me out like that. It's just, I don't know. You can keep counting me out. At the end of the day, I'll never count on myself, and I'm gonna keep doing what I need to do to win. And that's just who I am. And I ain't gonna stop till the wheels fall off. And again, I said I would have retired if I would have lost to Youssef dominantly, and I couldn't compete with him. What am I sticking around for? You know, I don't want to be doing something that's this painful, getting my ass kicked. Like, yeah, the checks are good, but it's also I do care about my longevity and my health for the future. And there's one thing I could let these other fighters know. It's that. It's like know when to hang it up, know when to keep pushing, and know when to reel it back a little bit and take your time in this sport, because it's a hard sport, man. It really is.
Did you verbalize that to anyone? That thought that if it didn't go your way, that it was one-sided, that you would be done?
Not directly. It was more so like on my podcast and stuff. I've talked about it like openly. Like it's never been like a secret. I've always said it. If I feel like I'm at 36, bro, so it's like I'm at the point where if I can't compete with people, then I'm just gonna. It's time to hang it up. But that performance, woo!
Yeah, that was nice, man.
After that, I was like, damn, Unc still got it, and he got it good.
Bro, you ain't no Unc. You ain't no Unc. Come on, don't put that on yourself. You're 36. That's on Unc status.
I know. These guys are aging me. They're trying to age me.
Nah. Yo, that sweep was beautiful.
37. I was like, don't do that. I'm not 37 yet.
That sweep there, that was beautiful. That one exchange, you know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was the timing on that was money. And I wasn't looking to sweep the leg. I was looking to just when he goes to step up with that knee, he had all his weight on his lead leg to just chop it and really slow him down so he can't run around as much. And I don't want to say run around, use his footwork as much. Slow down the footwork. Because I think people are a little bit unfair to him. They say he runs a lot. I just think he's just Youssef the elusive. He's hard to hit. He does a good job moving his head, inflicting damage and taking very little. And I said the difference in this fight is going to be these guys are headhunting you because they're getting pissed off trying to track you down. But instead of trying to do that, why not track you down and take you down so that you can't do any of that? And that was the game plan coming into this. And I was able to bring back an old school vintage funk. And I think a lot of people are going to be trying to work strikes off the back mount now. So I think when it's all said and done in this sport, people are going to realize I am probably one of the greatest of all times to ever do it, especially if I get that second belt. I think that makes me undeniable.
Oh, yeah.
I think even what I've done to date, people can look and say, even for me, like whether people give me that acknowledgement or not, I feel everything I've accomplished and how long I've had this longevity, the least amount of damage taken in terms of like the grand scheme of my whole career and everything I've been able to do and build. It'd be hard to say I'm not one of the best to have ever like stepped in the octagon. And I think getting that second belt would solidify that in a legacy style fashion. And that's what I want. That's really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to cement my name in history forever.
I mentioned this at the top of the show. I feel like you are going to be one of those guys who we appreciate. And when I say we, I don't mean necessarily this particular program, because I feel like we've always given you love, but the MMA community will appreciate you more when you're gone. That happens sometimes. I feel like DJ is experiencing that to some degree here. Yeah. Do you acknowledge that? Are you okay with that? And if so, how would you feel about that? If the flowers come, not when you're active, but a few years later?
I mean, as long as they come. I mean, at the end of the day, it's pause. As long as they come. Yeah.
You always have those for some reason. You always have those.
Yeah, everyone's calling me suspect now. But yeah, as long as the flowers come at some point, I think I'll be very happy and appreciative of either way. I live my life glass half full. You know, I used to be a very negative person, blaming everybody but myself for things that I would do. And it's just saying like, oh, it's their fault. You know, they're trying to keep me down. And then when I started taking accountability and I learned this lesson in college, I was an hour late to drop off my senior binder portfolio to wrap up everything, and she extended my graduation for another semester.
Wow.
And I had to pay full tuition. And basically what she understood where I was coming from. She said, but you should have articulated that and you should explain your scenario and your situation. And she's like, I can't read your mind. I got how many students? And just the way she broke it down to me, I took a step back and I was livid. Mind you, I'm trying to save money, and here I am. I got to pay for a whole nother semester to do a few more weeks of my student teaching. And the lesson I just learned was, when you communicate, things get better, and when you take responsibility, things could be better, and it just makes life a little bit easier to kind of navigate. So that's always been one of those things that I would never forget. And then now I live my life kind of like that. It's like, if it's for me, it's for me. If it's not, it won't be. And hopefully it is. And good things just continue to happen. But I think that's just a little nugget for everyone in life. Like, it's so easy to be negative and be upset about everything, but it's like, what can you do now to change things? And not saying don't be yourself, but how can you change things to make it a little bit better? And I try to live my life like that as best as I can. And, nobody's perfect, but yeah.
His arguably lone bright spot was third round, he gets your neck, and it's not a spot that we often see you in. And you said afterwards, I no way I was tapping, I'm going to sleep. How close were you actually to going out?
It was pretty close. I think if I had sat there a few more seconds, the blood would have probably cut off, and I probably would have just been non-responsive. The cage, it stopped me from jumping over. I couldn't move. It was like such a shitty position to be in. I was like, damn, this sucks. I was like, normally I would have crushed this guillotine and passed the guard and continue to do what I'm doing. And the way he had my neck, I could have gone for the Von Flue choke, but I couldn't, just because the cage was right there. So every time I tried to step over, it was just getting tighter and tighter. I was like, all right, this is going from not so bad to, okay, we're panicking. And it kind of reminded me maybe like that Dustin Poirier Khabib situation where he had him and it was so close. And you're just like on the edge of your seat, because I'm on the edge of my seat while I'm in there. I'm like, fuck, this shit is tight. But I'm just happy I was able to get out, just the experience that I've been able to build through grappling and understanding the guillotine. I was able to push the limits as far as I could, but I couldn't give him the satisfaction of tapping. I was like, I'd rather go to sleep than tap to this guy. And just because of how he said he wanted to submit me and everything, I was just like, I can't give him that satisfaction. I just can't. And then I could pretend it never happened. But like, no, I fell asleep. Nothing happened. I was just taking a nap, but all in all, just I thought overall good performance. And even in that round, when you go back and you watch, I thought he did a lot more. He didn't actually land any damage in that round either. It was still a relatively close round outside of that.
Been a minute since you fought at the Apex. What was that like?
It was cool. The walkout, everything. I got a big pop in there. There was a lot of my Vegas family who were in attendance. So that was cool. It's just intimate, and they got a lot more seats in there now, and they're supposed to be expanding it and making it even bigger to, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 seats, which will make it a even better experience. Yeah. It's almost like a mini Coliseum arena, kind of reminds me of like the Palms or
the Hard Rock.
The Hard Rock, or some of the other places I used to fight on my way up when I was fighting for Cage Fury and things like that. But all in all, it was a cool experience, and I got to look around the crowd. I could see everybody I know. I'm kind of giving shout outs. And I see Youssef and everything, and once the fight gets going, I'm just like, I just want him to know. Like, I felt like his confidence all fight week was really, really high. And even after the face-off, I felt like he was a little giddy and was kind of like laughing after we got off the face-off. I think he was like just really excited for the opportunity. And then I start to hear through the grapevine that he actually asked for the fight. I don't know how true that is. But I think, we were the only ones really left, but I think he kind of like wanted it still because he probably thought that was like the easier matchup with a big name value, right? So I felt like when he got in there, his confidence changed from what it was all fight week after that first round. I think after the first round, I could see like he was starting to slow down already, and the fight wasn't going the exact way that he probably planned it to go.
By the way, your background just got super clear and you became super blurry. I don't know if that was
I don't know why that happened. The tracking just changed.
There we go.
That's That was weird.
I thought maybe you wanted to show off the belts and the Funk Harbor in the background over there, which all of a sudden became a lot more pronounced. Actually, it just occurred to me, I think the last time you fought at the Apex was the infamous Peter Yan fight.
Yeah, it wasn't a good night.
Any old memories come back being there?
Yeah, I was like, I wonder if this place is cursed for me. And it clearly wasn't. Like I've told people about that fight, man. I've explained it ad nauseum at this point. It's just I had a bad rehydration, and I felt good during the morning shakeout. I felt like I was literally going to finish that fight in the first round. I thought I was going to buzzsaw through him. And then as the fight got closer, I just felt weird. My body just felt like I couldn't take a nap. I felt like something was off with me. I felt my energy was really low and I was getting really, really tired. And it was just the rehydration. I didn't put back in all the carbohydrates and everything I was supposed to, my fluids and everything, my electrolytes. And I fought like it. I'm like, bro, if you guys watch all my other fights, there's clearly a disconnect in these performances. And I'm kind of upset about that because most people who finally got to meet the Funk Master, that was their first fight to watch. And I have not been able to live that down till this day with some of these fans, which is so crazy to me. I'm like, dude, I've made up for this tenfold at this point. Like, give me a goddamn break. It's okay to have a bad fight. Like, sometimes we're not perfect in there and bad things happen. And I made a mistake coming into the fight and I made sure I never made that mistake ever again.
That fight, you had the big celebration afterwards. You had a similar celebration this time. It was nice to see all the people there. How many friends and family did you have in attendance? Because, or maybe some of them just joined you for the post-fight celebration at home because you got a hero's welcome.
Yeah, there was probably like 25 people at my house again. But it was cool. For that title fight, I had a lot more people at the house. For this one, not as much, which is by design, though. You know, but either way, it was great. Like, we had a good time with it still. So for me,
I didn't know you and the missus get down like this, Aljo. Golly, look at you guys cutting a rug.
Yeah, people don't understand. Like, like I said, I think sometimes people think I'd be faking certain things. I'm like, nah, dude. Like, if you knew the type of dude and person I was before I was doing the sport, we are night and day. But I still got my ratchet side. When it's time to be ratchet, I could turn up and be what I need to be amongst people in confidence, you know, and having my good times. But as I've gotten older, I've learned to mature and time and place, right? You know, so
yeah. I want.
But yeah, it was just a good time celebrating, dancing with the guys, and you know, cigar and everything. I'm in the suit. You know, I've always wanted to buy suits. I own 17 now, and like I said, man, life's good. I got a Jamaican rum company, something I always wanted to do. And we're actually taking investors now for this too to help scale the company. So I'm just doing all the things I can while I can, enjoying life, taking this one fight at a time. I got a new deal with the company too, so I'm super happy about that.
Oh, nice. Congrats. Were you on the last fight?
Sorry?
Were you on the last fight?
Yeah, which I didn't know until like last week when Hunter called me. It was odd because I thought I had two fights. And when he called me, that was the odd part. Because I was like, why is Hunter calling me? It was like, did I do something wrong? It's like, did I say something that is going to come back to bite me in the ass right now? And we talked and we had a good conversation. And the main thing to take away from the conversation was if I want to be here or not. And I told him, like, yeah, dude, like, I don't know how it might come off and perceive to you, but he's kind of felt like maybe I didn't. But I said, no, I would hope to retire with the company. The UFC has just given me so much, and I've met so many great fans around the world, different states and things like that. And I'm just blessed. And like I said, I'm glass half full all the time. Even when things are not going my way, I find a way to look at the bright side. And I'm just happy to be here, man. And one fight at a time. When it's all said and done, you know, I would love to have my last dance with the UFC.
How many fights you signed for?
I forget. I think 5 or 6.
In that conversation, did you talk title shot? Like, yo, man, what do I got to do?
There's title shot contractual stuff and pay and things like that.
Okay.
I don't know the fine details, but it was a good deal.
Okay, you're happy with it.
Given you could always be happier, you know, you could always be happier, right? An extra zero, it could always make you even more happy. But overall, I'm happy. Like I'm making good money for non-title pay, so I'm happy. And title shot, I get that opportunity, get paid, and I can continue to do what I love to do, still invest in my future, do all these other cool things with my friends. And the main thing I like the extra pay for, I have training partners who have not had this level of success yet, and I just try to take care of them as best as I can. So whenever someone's a part of my training camp, I pay them out, take care of them. And that's what it's all about for me, giving these guys an opportunity so that they can also chase their dreams, and hopefully they could do the same thing for the next individuals coming up, right? So I'm always trying to pull somebody up, extend the ladder, and help them climb up. And, it's not like I'm taking the money and going to do cocaine and shit like that, which I've never done. I still, I'm still young. It could still be, there's still time and opportunity.
Yeah, lots of chances.
But yeah, that for me, that's what it's all about, giving back. And, money is a resource, and it allows you that opportunity to do good things with it. A person is going to be the person who they are with or without money. And thankfully, money hasn't changed me to be for the worse. It's actually made me for the better.
In the spirit of keeping it real, at the top of the show, I brought up a tweet from Kevin Vallejos, the rising star at 145. And I said...
Good.
He's very good. I said I like the tweet very much. I love the way he broke things down in the division, and he basically said, here it is, Volk versus Movsar, Silva versus Sterling, Yair versus Wee. Wee is what he refers to him and his fan base. And I said, I'm always the one championing for the likes of Merab and others, Lerone Murphy, who, win 9-10 in a row, Arnold Allen back in the day as well, Bilal, Leon. Like, even though they may not be the most popular or winning the most exciting fights, like, I do think that this sport needs to still have an element of sport in that you win 9-10 in a row, you deserve to fight for the belt. And so even though Movsar may not be the most popular, I like the idea of him fighting for the belt next, and I love the idea of you fighting John Silva as a number one contender fight. Do you agree or disagree?
I'll fight whoever the UFC puts in front of me. And hopefully the person that they put in front of me is the person with the belt. But it's not saying I wouldn't fight them. Like I said, I'd fight whoever they put in front of me. I don't say no. So I've always been that guy. I'm confident in my skills and my abilities. And if you guys want to see someone else get packed up, don't send anybody you don't want back. If you want them back, you don't send them my way. That's all I'm going to say. If you want them back, don't send them my way.
I got you.
I'm trying to be the Baba Yaga of this. I'm trying to be the John Wick. So it is what it is. If they make the fight, they make the fight. If not, if I have to wait for the shot, in the sense of like I'm being told that I'm next, I'll gladly do that as well. But if they want me to stay busy, stay active, I'm okay with that too. If you guys want to give me another prospect contender that you guys think can beat me and to earn it, I've always been that guy to earn it, never got any handouts. This will be no different. I just say run it up. Run the check, run it up.
Yeah, what about that side-by-side photo that they posted of you? I think it was part of your first fight. Did you see this? And like, look at this guy right here.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Look at the years. Over the years, look at this guy.
The body is still very similar. It's just you're a lot more jacked these days. I mean, look at that.
My head grew.
Head did grow, yeah. What's up with that? Look how young you are.
My head finally grew. I got a tiny head. Do you see how small I looked in there next to Youssef? I was like, God damn, am I in the wrong weight class? It's such a confusing thing. Like, everyone's saying I'm so big, but then I get in there with these guys. Ortega was so much bigger than me. Youssef is still bigger than me. All these guys are still bigger than me. I don't know if I have small bones or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just really my head is just really tiny, so it makes me look even smaller when I'm in there. But skills pay the bills.
How'd that kid think this would all turn out? The guy on the left.
That guy was young, undefeated, confident as ever. Didn't think he could ever be knocked out. Thought he was untouchable. Thought nobody could hit him. Smooth talking, slick. I don't know if that kid thought this sport and everything would have planned out the way that it has. I just came in with a vision and a dream, and I was like, I'm young enough to give this sport a try, and whatever happens, whatever. At the end of the day, I had my college degree to fall back on, And I was just like, I'm going to give this thing everything I got while still working a job. And I think some people forget that. Like, you got the guys who work construction. I was a teacher during my years. I worked in a stock room. I worked cutting, painting, lumber mill. And this is like all the grassroots stuff that I did growing up just to make money while chasing this crazy ass dream. And, you know, luckily it panned out for me. And here I am today. I could be a true testament to what happens if you just truly believe in yourself, put in good, honest work. You're overly objective and you don't let your ego get in the way. You know, and a couple of times I did let that happen with my ego, and I've lost some of those fights. And I'm comfortable in my own skin now. I think over the years I've learned to be really comfortable in my own skin and with myself, my abilities, understanding who I am as a fighter and not trying to be somebody else. All I could do is be me and bring the best version of me every single time I step in there.
Where's the grill?
It made an appearance this weekend. I don't have it in right now. It's hard to talk with that thing, man.
Yeah. Is it
It's
top
one of
and
those
bottom?
fashion statements, you know, more for show than it is for conversation.
Okay. Top and bottom?
Top and bottom, yeah.
Yeah. That's your first one, right?
I've always wanted it, man. I've always been a Cash Money guy when I was growing up. I was a big Lil Wayne fan growing up, and I always wanted a set of grills. And to be able to actually afford it and actually buy a set was, you know, that was cool. So it's like I'm like living my childhood dreams through and through. I'm doing movies, I'm doing TV shows, like all these things that I never would have imagined that I could have possibly had the opportunities to do. And here I am living those dreams and doing it in a very big way. So I'm just really blessed, happy. I'm grateful, and life's good. Life's good. There's, you know, no complaints on this side.
It's funny you say that. I was actually a No Limit soldier. So you were a Cash Money guy. I was more make them say,
You're a No Limit guy. Okay.
Nah, 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 nah. You know what I mean?
Nah, nah, nah.
Mystical. That was my guy. You remember Mystical, Master P? I love those guys.
Yeah.
Juvenile was
yeah.
great, though. Juvenile was amazing. You ever see Juvenile's Tiny Desk appearance? You know what Tiny Desk
No.
is? Oh, if you got some time, just go on YouTube and type in Juvenile Tiny Desk, and 30 minutes, your mind will be blown.
Okay, I gotta check that out.
One of the all-time
I gotta
greats.
check that out.
One last thing before I let you go. Just announced about 45 or so minutes ago, so I'd love to get your breakdown. RAF, who, as you know, doing big things. You've been there. Merab versus Frankie Edgar. Did you know this? May 30th. They just announced this. Two guys that, obviously, Merab's your boy. He was in your corner. But that's a fun match right there. What do you think? Give us the breakdown. Initial reaction.
Frankie Edgar is obviously the better wrestler, like just straight up wrestler. But I think Merab brings something different to the table. He's still competing. He's still active. I don't know how much Frankie Edgar is actually still training. So I like Merab's chances in this. He could actually get it done. And especially it's not folk style wrestling. It's freestyle. So it's a little bit different. Merab brings a different style of wrestling. It's untraditional. It's very awkward. He stands straight upright. And he utilizes throws, which will be really good for the rule set with freestyle. So I like his chances in this. I think it'll be a good matchup. It's a big match. A lot of people, everybody knows who Frankie Edgar is. If you haven't, what are you doing? Go back and watch the legendary Frankie Edgar. And of course, everyone loves and adores Merab the Machine. And he's going to bring that same tenacity on the mats like he always does for his fights.
Love it. Well, congratulations. Thank you, Aljo. Really appreciate you coming on. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy everything that comes with it. Thank you for always giving us your time, being so gracious. Good luck with Funk Harbor. As you said, you're accepting investors. Where can people go to learn more? Tell them where they can go.
You guys can go to my website, funkharborspirits.com, or you can go check my Instagram, Funkmaster MMA, and the link is in the bio. It's going to have all the details of the different tiers of where you can invest. And the main thing about it is, like I said, we're just looking to scale the company and do some more activations and things like that. Because right now it's just me. I don't have a sales rep going out, beating the ground, boots on the ground. So this will allow us the opportunity to do some more things like that, and then actually get people who have contacts and accounts that we could get the rum into. And no one's calling out Baby Ugly. Everyone who's tried it, even if they don't like rum necessarily, they tried it and they're actually pleasantly surprised. It's just different. It's not what people think it is, you know? So my goal is to shift the narrative with rum, make it more fun for people, inclusive for all occasions, not just for vacations when you're in the Caribbean. You could drink this any time of the year. Rum old fashions, espresso martinis with rum in it, daiquiris, rum punches. easy things, or just on the rocks, how I like to drink it. Super clean, sip it with a nice cigar. And we're doing that right now. And we're also having a sale on the website right now. So if you want to order some bottles, if you order 2 or 3 bottles, we have automatic discounts at the checkout. So you guys could definitely go check that out. And if you want to join the Funk Harbor Nation, the Funk Harbor family, we'd love to have you guys. Like I said, as hard as I work in the octagon, I work even harder outside the octagon. So if there's anyone to trust, I am taking your money to go take private jet flights and things like that and doing cocaine and all kinds of crazy shit. So you're actually going to get your money's worth in this investment because I truly do believe in the brand. Everyone who's been a part of this, they see where we're going and they see the vision. And I'm just happy to keep this thing going.
Congrats, man. And stay off the coke. 2 references of cocaine in this interview.
Well, I'm saying I don't do that.
I know.
So
I'm
you don't got to worry about me doing all kinds of crazy shit. I'm not going to be John Hamm in the back like, ooh. I'm not going to be doing
Maybe
that.
you could be that guy if you're just, enjoying some Funk Harbor. It could lift your spirits.
Just good vibes, man.
Yeah.
Just about connecting people. That's it.
Love it. Well, thank you. And good luck with that. Congrats again, Aljo. Really appreciate it.
Shalom.
Shalom. There he is. Aljamain Sterling. Love that. There it is. By the way, this marker here. I love this. I've never seen a. Did he bring that, or did we have that for him?
Paint marker.
Paint marker.
Yeah.
Did he bring that, or did we have that?
We had that here.
We have paint markers here.
Yeah, we got one right over here. They smell great.
This is what is this? Baby blue? What color is this?
Cerulean.
I've never heard of that. Say it again.
Cerulean.
What color is that? Blue.
It's a light blue.
Love it. That's a great color. It's a beautiful bottle, by the way. He's not asking me to do this. Jamaican rum. Bring the funk, #1. I was waiting for the there it is. Sometimes yeah.
Like 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. All right, well, there you have it. Have you guys ever heard, Frank? Surely you've heard the Juvenile Tiny Desk? No.
No, I haven't actually.
It's Has anyone heard it?
Yeah, I've heard it.
So good, right?
It was great.
Pete, you ever hear it?
Most of the Tiny Desks.
I think I might have, yeah.
Incredible.
No, the Juvenile Tiny Desk is my favorite.
It's a Pantheon one, but
I've downloaded that one and I'll go back to it. It's the only one that I really go back to.
Wow. Not our guy, Action
What a
Bronson.
compliment.
No, it's like this one's different because it takes me back.
What about the
to,
Jizza liquid swords on the Tony desk? That's amazing.
not a Wu-Tang guy? What was that?
Guar.
What was the little
It's
More of a Tribe Called Quest kind of man. to be fair.
I love Tropical Quest, one of the all-time greats. No, the reason I said that was because I've never heard of it, even though I
You don't know the Riz of the Jizza?
No, I've never heard of that one. I've never seen that.
Raekwon the Chef.
ODB, yes. Triumph, I've said, if I fight, that's going to be my walkout
think
music.
you should drop some
Abomatomically.
bars.
Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can be found when I'll be dropping these. That would be sick if those guys. Have they ever done a Tiny Desk? All of them? No.
No, just
No, not
separately.
together.
Yeah. In any event, gentlemen, we do have a lot to get to here, so let's strap in, shall we? I did want to get to some news and notes. No, that was. Sometimes they hit and sometimes they don't.
Just remember you saying we'll be done by 3.
No, I said 3. It's 3:12, so we're already
Missed our
past
heart
that.
out by 12 minutes.
Breaking news, guys! Breaking news. UFC Belgrade. We're off to Serbia, guys. What do you think?
What?
There it is. Well,
Really?
The collective we, like Kevin Vachejos. August 1st,
Wow.
Saturday. Did you not know this, PT?
No.
Oh,
wow.
fuck. Meet me there, Pete.
I thought PT was reacting to the we part. You're actually reacting to the news.
No, I think I saw this and I thought it was fake, to be honest with you, but fair play to them.
Have you ever
Very
been to
excited.
Serbia?
No.
What do you guys think the chances are Uros Medic is going to be in the main event?
I hope so.
I'd bet my life on
The
it.
doctor? Wow.
your life on it?
bet
Wow.
for Pete Carroll. Load the gun. If it's not Uros Medic in the main event,
Oh, man.
Pete dies.
He has won 3 in a row. He's coming off a great win over Jeff Neal.
Main event, though?
Has he ever even been in a co-main event?
Are there other Serbian
matter, mate.
superstars? You think he'll be a co-main event, like featured, and then they'll put someone else in the
They're bringing
main?
Martin Budai back?
Well, we talk about this
Make a lot
every
of
time we
sense.
talk about them going to other places. They don't necessarily want to see that person in the main event.
Yes and no. London.
All right, take it back. I'll only wound myself.
No. We already shook on it, bro.
London, 25 fights. Yeah. When they go to these parts of the world, like they want, in Azerbaijan, they want an Azerbaijan fighter.
Alexander Rakic?
Has to be main event? I don't know about that.
No, it doesn't have to be main event. I'm kidding.
Go Thunder Todorovic?
I think you're going to have a big time.
Yes.
Well, not big time. You'll have a good, solid. There's levels, right? And so you'll have a fight night main event that is
ranked guys.
Yeah, and then you'll have these guys. How big is that arena over there in Serbia? And how much did they pay to have an event in Serbia?
It's big business.
It is big
MMA
business
in that town.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's huge. Like, I mean, all that region there it's popping off, like Octagon.
That's right.
The Balkans, everything like that. They're huge MMA fans. I just wonder if it's a situation like KSW where there's, Octagon's more popular than the UFC there. Remember they used to always say that when UFC went to Poland and things like that. Like Octagon's fucking huge out there,
But is that Octagon's backyard? Octagon's more Germany, Czech Republic.
Yeah, I know, but like it's a similar neck of the woods, and they do have a lot of fighters from that region on there.
Do we think either Novak Djokovic or Nikola Jokic are in attendance?
Both are.
Or what about Bogdan Bogdanovic?
Yeah. Bogey, shout out.
Yeah. It would be the off season for the Joker. He is known to get
He's
into
probably
a
going home
scrap
pretty
or
soon
two.
anyway. Don't worry.
Which Joker? Djokovic or?
Oh, that's good. That's a good point.
I think
you know what? It just occurred to me that they're both the Joker. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that on purpose? No, he got into a scrap on Saturday. Did you see that? He like darted to the other side.
Yes, it is on purpose because both their names
are
Yeah.
Yo, just an update here. Belgrade Arena is where likely we'll be at. Record attendance 22,500.
Ooh, that's a big dog.
That's a big one.
What do they have there? Hockey or something? What do they have in?
I'm not sure. Stark Arena, as it's known now.
Could we get one of the Jokic brothers on the undercard? Have you ever seen those guys?
Oh yeah, that'd be
They're all
sick.
savages, man.
They're terrifying, those guys.
Oh,
I thought it was terrifying when Jokic went
He
off
did.
there the other day. I was like, mate, get the fuck out of his
You
way.
don't usually see him sprint like that.
Do you think Buchecha could beat one of Jokic's brothers at this point?
No.
I'd watch that.
No.
They'd stuff the takedown and it would be game over.
I'd watch it. Put it on there.
They would never do it, but if they did put one of them in their quote unquote MMA debut, thing would
it'd be
sell out in 4
massive.
seconds, right?
It'd be massive.
Thing
For
would
sure.
sell out in 4 seconds, and I feel like they'd be
Just
down.
hope it's not horse racing season. That boy likes his horses. You know
He
what I mean?
does. He does. He doesn't like your typical horse. He likes the
Cart, yeah.
the cart one. He gets so into it. Commiserations to our good friend Chuck Mindenhall, although it's not done. And Anthony Edwards. They don't have Anthony Edwards, Dante.
It's done.
I was so bummed. Did you see that thing regarding the players who wear number 0?
Yeah.
No.
I actually didn't see this.
In the last 2 years, Lillard, Tatum, now Dante, and who's the fourth? There's a fourth. Halliburton. All wear number 0. All tore their Achilles.
Oh shit.
Just in the last year.
That's tough.
Crazy.
Curse.
Wait, was that a real that stuff?
That was a real one.
Wow.
That's tough.
That's tough. Yeah. Okay, so that was the first news that we woke up to today. Congratulations to everyone in Serbia. Then we wake up to this tweet from Turkey Al Sheikh, who tweets this: "To my friends in Great Britain, it's happening. It's signed." And then there's this whole concerted effort to all just announce that the highly anticipated, long-awaited, much discussed showdown between the two most famous boxers coming out of England, the ones that we've wanted to see fight for all these years. It is, yes, finally happening. Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua in the fourth quarter, location, venue, date, all TBD. This is the announcement. Fourth quarter, and everyone's celebrating this. And I've said before on the show, I believe we're closer than ever. I feel like it's going to happen, in large part because Netflix is involved. And so we've got the platform, we've got the stage, we've got the money, everything's there. But excuse me and many others, if we're not celebrating, as they want us to celebrate, that this fight is quote unquote signed when you have not announced a location, a date, a venue, nothing. And then at the exact same time, they announce Anthony Joshua's return on July 25th, and it's not against Tyson Fury. It's against a relatively unknown fighter named Christian Brenga, who has a solid record, 20-1, but has not fought anyone of note. And it's happening in Riyadh. And everyone's like, are you taking the piss? That's the basic reaction. Are you taking the piss? Now, my reaction to that fight is, like Lou DiBella was in my comments coming after me and stuff. It's like, look, Eddie has told us a million times this is going to be the type of fight. We even asked, is it going to be a Dave Allen type? Is it going to be a Makhmudov type? No, it's not. He said that already. Is it going to be a Wilder? No. It's going to be a tune-up fight in the classic sense of the word. And so I'm not surprised by the booking because A, he's told us this multiple times. It's going to be a tune-up fight. And B, I do think we have to give him some slack here. Like, the guy came back from a potentially career-threatening and life-threatening car accident. There was a chance that, things could have gone way worse for Anthony Joshua on that day. Unfortunately, as it did for his friends. There was a chance that he would never fight again. So I'm okay with the idea of them announcing, hey, Anthony Joshua had some plans. He was going to fight Rico Verhoeven in February or March. Things changed, obviously. Life got in the way. Let the guy get some cobwebs out. Let him get his mojo back. That's totally fine. To announce this Tyson Fury thing on the same day that you're announcing this sort of like comeback, tune-up, ho-hum, like revving of the engine fight is just weird. If, in fact, the Tyson Fury fight is happening in the fourth quarter, as they're saying fourth quarter, whatever the hell that means, of 2026, just announce it on the night. As they've done in the past with other fights. I remember there was the Triple G fight. Like, just announce it on the night. Have the package ready, have the poster ready, have the date ready, have everything ready to go in 3 months' time, exactly almost 3 months to the day. He's going to fight on July 25th. He should win rather comfortably, I would think, and then announce it, and then you've got 3-4 months. Why do you have to make the big pomp and circumstance about a fight that doesn't have a date, doesn't have a location, doesn't have a venue, and then announce this other fight? You can understand why the reaction is like, what? Again with this? So again, I don't think that AJ deserves any type of blame for taking this tune-up fight. A, they told us in advance, and B, he's been through a lot. Let him have that tune-up fight if he wants. Normal circumstances? No, I hate these types of things. I hate when this happens because we've been waiting long enough. But I get it for him. It's a very special circumstance. I think he deserves that type of grace. To announce it on the same day as this other stuff and not even attach anything to it is somewhat tone deaf because we've done this before. You've announced fights before. But, oh, by the way, there has to be this other one. And then, oh, by the way, these guys, like, remember, just last year, Times Square, Rick and I were there. This weekend last year, when we thought we were getting Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, and they both, don't look great, and Ryan loses, and then we don't get that fight. It's just bizarre. It's bizarre to do it this way. It's bizarre to announce it. Do I believe that there isn't a signature on something? No, I believe everything that they're telling us is true. I would have just kept this one in my back pocket, let the AJ fight play out, and then on the day of that fight, announce it, and everyone, I think, would have digested the news a lot differently. What do you guys think? Am I wrong about this? Am I right about this? What is your reaction?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, it's just putting the cart before the horse in a position that we've been many times before. Not necessary. Like, I hate the, like, let's do another fight before the fight. But if you're going to do it, do not talk about the fight before that fight is out of the way. Like, there's just no need for it. It doesn't do anything to help it.
Also, teasing the fight and then announcing another fight before the fight and then giving us, well, Q4 is when you'll get the fight that I was just teasing. And then bragging, being braggadocious and like, no one said we could do it. It's like, man, there's still 6-7 months until it's supposed to happen, and now you have a fight in between it. It might not happen.
Exactly.
I think people should not get confused, though, and you laid it out well. I am happy. I am happy that it seems like it is going to happen. I am happy that they are saying there is pen to paper. I am happy that they are saying it is a done deal. But it didn't need to happen right now. Like, all this does is
build up
put
angst.
The proverbial banana peel in the way, and we lose it again.
Just
and
imagine
everybody knows where to look.
Imagine if the UFC was just like, we're doing Ilya Islam, Q4. Islam just has to beat Ian Gary, and Ilya has to beat Justin Gaethje.
Right. The difference, of course, is
Jones. Of course,
the difference, of course, is the opponent here isn't accomplished. But the thing is, like, you can get hurt, you can injure a hand, you can slip, you can twist a knee. Like, a million things can happen. And it's not even like they're saying, okay, November 23rd, Tottenham Hotspur, Wembley Stadium, it's all been booked. Okay, there's just one last hurdle. He wanted this. He requested it because Tyson. There's nothing. There's no date. There's no
PTSD.
venue. What's that?
This is the whole thing. It's like PTSD. This is the same shit we've got for a decade with this fight. It's always, it's going to happen after this. You know, it's. I don't think anyone's surprised that Anthony Joshua needed a tune-up fight, by the way. Like, as you said at the start.
People are hating it. Go look at the comments. People are hating it.
But if anyone in boxing knew that he was going to have a tune-up fight,
Right.
he saw Tyson Fury having a tune-up fight, why the fuck wouldn't he have one after
Right.
what he's been through?
What,
The problem with this thing is they feel like Turkey is acting like he's reinvented the wheel. We've already been here with this fight, the same fight, and you're dragging us back into the same terrain where we're like, after a lot can happen. It's a fight. Like, a lot can go wrong. Like, it's not even to do with your opponent. You can hurt your knee, all this kind of stuff. I just feel like we've been here so many times. I'm not happy because I've already been here before.
Yeah.
I've already been like, I'm not anything. It's just until those two guys are in a ring with boxing shorts and boxing gloves on, that's the only time I'll believe this is happening. Because this is just the same bullshit we've had for 10 years.
Not for nothing, but my big takeaway from the whole, flash back to a few months ago, Anthony Joshua was nearly involved in a fatal car crash. He lost friends. The time is not infinite. There is not, the expectation of it's going to happen at some point in some future date is that's great, but we can do it now. Let's just do it now. I know that boxing has this tradition of tune-up fights. I get it. It's much more a boxing thing because you want to get back in the ring, get your shape, get sharp, and then have this big fight. But I'm not sure the value at this point. This is the fight to make the fight. They are not going that direction, so I'm just, I'm the old man shouting at the clouds. But, I don't need to hear about the next fight up while they still have a fight booked. Hell, Tyson Fury's probably going to book a fight in the interim, and then we're going to be waiting for him to resolve. And then it's what? Q4 is looking not so good anymore. Now it's going to be Q2 of next year. It's all nonsense.
Now, in fairness to Turkey, he will probably say, if presented this, well, it was never signed before, and that's totally fair. But the tone deafness of announcing this today, asking essentially for flowers, spiking the football, patting yourself on the back on the same day that an actual fight with a date attached to it, a location attached to it, a venue attached to it, and it doesn't involve Tyson Fury, is what is, I think, annoying a lot of the fans. I could just see Sky Sports now being the highly anticipated Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua fight has been signed. Location hasn't been announced. Venue hasn't been announced. Date hasn't been announced. But Anthony Joshua has agreed to fight the relatively unknown Christian Brenga. I keep having to look down because I can't remember his name. And that will be happening on July 25th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And I could see some guy in the pub being like, for fuck's sake, you're taking the piss. What is this?
Every guy in the pub.
Is this not the very definition of you're taking the piss?
It is.
It's what?
But we've had our pants pulled down the same way so many times.
Yeah.
What are you celebrating? It's the same old bullshit. What Rick said is the way boxing is, these two guys think they're the A side of this fight, and they're completely open to that. They're two massive superstars, two amazing boxers who have done so much for UK boxing. Anthony Joshua sees this guy having a tune-up fight. He's like, oh, I'm getting a tune-up fight. I'm going to need the same shit that he's getting. And I need it anyway with all this stuff that's happening. And I don't even think that's crazy what Rick said about Tyson Fury potentially booking another fight. I don't think that's crazy at all. I would not be surprised if that happens.
I think he will.
Could you? By the way, there's another, as the kids say, low-key, funny, interesting, drama-filled storyline here, because I was told from Queensberry sources that they had booked several months ago Moses Atama to fight on July 25th at the O2. Do you think they're happy today that Anthony Joshua is fighting on the exact same date, on the same platform, obviously in a different part of the world, but around the same time zone? One's involving Turki Al-Sheikh, one isn't. And so when they told me this, they said opponent wasn't announced, but it was all booked. That was the plan, him making his O2 debut, headliner London on the same date. Would you want, and my understanding is they're going to be asked to move the date.
They should.
Look, if I'm DAZN, there's something very sellable about the fact that it's the future and the president are fighting on the same day, right? There's you could sell that, I feel like. That's a great, but if one was happening in the UK in the afternoon and one was happening in the United States, I think that would be more palatable. This makes no sense because it's around the same. It's like it would be an hour apart, right? And I would think that they would want people to travel over and all this stuff. And so I hope the AJ fight is in pay-per-view. And I don't think the Moses fight should be pay-per-view, but I would imagine DAZN would say, like, let's spread the love.
I think it'd be more sellable if Moses Atama's next fight was going to be Anthony Joshua. If they went out there and
happen.
Anthony Joshua, no, of course. I mean, it seems like it's going to be Tyson Fury, but my point is, if they're on the same date and Anthony Joshua goes out there and wins a decision, gets like a late knockout, and Moses Atama starches somebody else in the first round again, it's very easy to make the jump to, holy shit, imagine what this guy is going to do to Anthony Joshua. But on the same date, you're going to get outdrawn by AJ. It doesn't make any sense. Just move the date. Just move the date to somewhere around and
Not that easy, by the way. 02? It's not exactly like, the Westchester Community Center.
Your choices are to move it or to just get squashed by AJ. Like, AJ is going to dominate.
Are you going to get squashed, though?
Oh, yeah.
Moses fighting in London, AJ fighting in Riyadh.
AJ's return is going to be a much bigger story by a long shot.
Times aren't going to be off enough with the time zones between
1 hour or so. 1 hour.
Is that all it is?
Well, yeah, because isn't Riyadh? Well, Riyadh.
3 hours be ahead of London, I think it is.
Yeah, 2. As of right now, I don't know if it'll be different. No, in the summer it won't be different because right now it's 10:29 in Riyadh and it's 8:29 in London, so 2 hour different. Yeah, I just
do it.
Yeah, but that's interesting.
As a DAZN Ultimate Package customer, I'm happy for them to do it whatever way
you're down.
they want to do it.
Okay, true or false, PT?
Need to get on board on that, Pete.
True or false? Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua happens in Q4.
I want it to happen. But
That's not an answer.
Nothing that happened today made me feel like it will.
I by the way, I love the fact that I saw some people under the comments being like, "The fuck is Q4? What is like?" You can see some British guy being, "Are you kidding me? What is quarter 4? Fourth quarter? What are you talking about?" Talking about it like it's some sort of like financial projection or something like that. When do fights get announced like that?
I'm not trying to put bad juju out there, but I don't think it happens.
Wow.
I don't think.
I don't think it happens.
You see, does it happen?
It's the Habib Tony of boxing.
Oh my god.
I'll say yes. I'll be the optimist here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. What do you think, Ariel?
Or is it going to be Pranga versus Fury?
I feel like it happens. Can I tell you why I feel like it happens? I really do feel like it's because of Netflix, and I say that because there's just too much at stake. And they're too big of a platform for them to walk away.
If
at
that
this
was
point.
true,
Yeah.
If that was true, and I also believe that, why is it not happening next? Why is it not happening now? If that was true,
I think there was a plea, for lack of a better word, to be like, hey man, this guy's been through a lot. Let him have this fight. He's getting back on his feet, and it's hard to say no to that. I feel like
get you, but then it's not too big. You are risking the opportunity. You are willing.
They've signed it.
The camp has decided, and the team has decided to risk that opportunity. So that tells me that it's not.
They
too
probably
big.
think it's okay. Tougher fight for Anthony Joshua: Jake Paul or Christian Pranga? Pranga.
I gotta
Not Jake Paul.
let me watch some tape here on.
Yeah,
Not Jake Paul.
get us a breakdown.
Oh, Christian with a K.
Yeah, with a K. Yeah,
Expand.
Wow.
20-1.
Does he have a nickname?
Oh, the Albanian monster.
He's a legend.
We need to
Okay,
call
can
up
we call him the
Bronson. He's
Albanian
got
monster?
Action probably got.
no deep on him.
I
Share
do
him with Dua Lipa.
I do believe, by the way, that that Christian has some ties to the East Coast because the vast majority of his fights have happened either in Atlantic City,
Oh, nice.
Toronto,
Brick City Fight Nights.
Philly.
Newark guy.
All right.
Shout out.
He's
Shout
knocking
out Harrison.
everybody out.
He's one of our own.
I can
He's
see it
one
now.
of our own.
I see it
Christian
happening.
Bro.
Pranga, he's one of our own.
Last guy he fought, Joe Jones.
Yeah.
No relation to
Real?
John.
Okay.
16 and 15.
Wow.
Before that, Brandon
a good
Carmack.
test.
Oh, this
Good
is fun.
test.
Give us the breakdowns. Yes, this is fun.
Before that, Brandon Carmack, 9 and 10.
Okay, not bad.
These are the most.
How many
recent.
stars is he on BoxRec?
Willie
That's what I
Jake
need to know.
Jr. 11 and 7.
Willie Jake Jr. is a great name.
Just say,
Jesus
the names
Christ.
on his resume look
Yo.
like they sound like the names on Mike Tyson's Punch Out as you're climbing the ranks, like the fake boxer names.
4 fights ago, Juan El Martillo Torres, 8 and 16.
Hell yeah.
A chest tattoo taking up his entire chest of a Houston Texans logo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just say something to you right now, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Christian, shout out, our guy, presumably residence Edgewater, New Jersey. So yes, you were onto something.
Oh, he's
correct?
gonna come over here and fucking
gonna-
kick all our ass.
I'm glad I'm not over
He's
there.
a three. He's a 3-star on. He's a
Okay.
3-star on.
Out of
Box
what?
Rec.
Out of what?
5.
10?
Out of
Okay.
5. What do you
the
suspect
disrespect,
Jake
bro.
Paul is?
Oh, okay. This
2.
2.
box right. I'll go 2. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll go 2.5. Just so
He's a 2.
Okay.
So this is a tougher fight.
step up.
There needs, according to BoxRec star ranking,
What is you don't respect?
What's
Box
AJ
Rec?
by the way? What's AJ?
5.
AJ is a 5-star.
Yeah. I'm looking at pictures of Pranga's last fight. It is in like the literal, like you can see the slot machines in the background.
At the Showboat Hotel and Casino in AC?
Yeah.
Are you
Let me
kidding
give
me?
you-
I mean,
Let me-
this guy is going to go from literally just like passerbyers at the casino watching him to a sold out O2.
No.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is-
Saudi
yeah.
Arabia.
There might be
Sold
more
out
people, by
Saudi
the way, at
Arabia.
the Showboat Casino and Hotel than
Let me
that.
give you. Let me give you some other star ratings for some of Joshua's more recent opponents as
Okay,
well.
all right.
Daniel Dubois, 5-star.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
going to say that's 5-star.
Francis Ngannou,
3.5.
1-star.
Ah, that's messed up.
Otto Wallin, 3. Hellenius, 2. Jermaine Franklin, 2. Usyk, obviously. If there were more than 5.
Certified
we'd agree on
5.
that. Pulev, 3. Andrew Ruiz, 4. So, like, look, this guy's not a walkover. At least, according to the record.
He's
keepers
fought
of boxing.
Deshaun Webster, Alvin Davey,
Look, man,
I just see
Christopher
it.
Arnold.
I can fucking
to have
see
Willie
it.
Jake Jr. on the resume means something.
He's got that head on his thing.
It's going
Yeah, they're
to
gonna-
happen. This
They're
is how
100%
this
clipping
goes.
this off. I'm
This
going to
fight
get
is not
tagged,
happening.
and we're all screwed.
He reps Albania hard.
I love the Albanian fighters. There was a fighter on the MVP card. Half the
Look, I'm trying to
freaking
run
theater
this
was
back. Look, I'm
Albanian.
trying to run this.
No. The Albanians are sweethearts. We love them.
Christian Pranga in studio now?
Action should walk them out.
And Jism from.
Yes. Saudade.
Yo, I just unearthed
Wait,
a
is
picture.
that not his name?
It is. Zim.
Zim.
Oh,
But
Jism.
it's spelled.
It's spelled GZ. Sorry, that's my error.
I just found the secret code here.
Tell us.
I just found a picture of Pranga and Jake Paul together. So,
Wait,
common
did you
opponent.
actually?
Yeah, I just put it in the chat back from 2024. They were training.
Okay. Now it all makes sense.
The plug?
They were. When Jake at the press conference, when they announced the Jake Joshua fight, AJ said he was supposed to fight someone in Riyadh who was a training partner of Jake's. It was probably
there you
this
go.
guy. This was probably the fight.
This was the original fight.
This could be the guy right here.
That ruins.
That
Fury
ruins.
versus Joshua. Yes,
Bro, it's
it
heavyweight
sure could.
boxing.
Yeah.
AJ's been knocked out before.
Oh my word.
Jake Paul has the game
gonna put
plan.
them
to-
Pranga's
Pranga's got him wobbled.
Oh my God. It would be crazy.
They have the in the corner Tyson Fury at the fight and like him reacting to it,
His
being
face.
Oh, fuck.
like, it's gonna be great.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Gentlemen, I wanted to talk about something that transpired this weekend, and it was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Not usually something that we discuss, but for more on the WHCD, let's send it over to our political correspondent, Mr. Mysterious Frank. Frank, take it away.
Thank you so much. I think it's probably best to have.
What is the White
One of
House
the
Correspondents'
victims.
Dinner?
Oh, so it's just where the correspondents that are normally at the press rooms at the White House actually get to come and have a dinner with all the individuals that they've been working with for.
It's a long-standing tradition. They have usually some sort of comedic act. All the reporters are there. The president is there. I feel like the MMA media should have one of these. Could you imagine? We all show up in our tuxes. It's a beautiful affair, and this was, by all accounts, one where it seemed like everyone was coming together. It doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on or which outlet you work for. They're all coming together, and then, of course, by now, you know what transpired. There was an alleged gunman who opened fire inside the venue. According to reports, a Secret Service agent was injured, but nothing life-threatening. Secret Service doing what appears to be a great job, no expert in stopping the threat. A alleged manifesto has come out about this alleged gunman's motives, all that stuff and more. We're not here to talk about all of this, but the reason why we're bringing this up is Dana White was in attendance. And I think we knew in advance he was going to be in attendance. Nevertheless, there were a couple times Saturday into Sunday where I was compelled to tweet something about the videos which showed his reaction to the incident. And I was like, you know what? Let me just save this one for the program. Because I found his reaction to be, I didn't expect Dana White to be there like quivering or crying or anything like that or shaken up. He's not that guy. He's not, he's never been that guy. But the giddiness in which he exudes in the aftermath, the immediate aftermath of this experience is akin to you or I out there going on like some insane roller coaster and then debriefing about the experience with your friends. Like, that was awesome. That was insane. That was incredible. I was blown away that he would have that kind of reaction after experiencing a potential assassination of his good friend. By all accounts, that is what this man was there to do, and he was reacting to it like he had just been through some amazing, fun, exhilarating experience. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, here's the footage.
It started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was a pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly did you see?
We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president
was. Table. Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled, or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters. They came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something. But, yeah.
So you didn't see the actual attack yourself? Okay.
It was effing awesome. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you would have thought that he had just been through some, like I said, some amazing roller coaster, a water slide. I was just on vacation with my kids. They had these crazy water slides. I stood on this like ledger, and then they opened the trap door and you go down. That was my reaction after the water slide. Is it possible that he is that void of any sort of like human emotion or excitement in his life at this point? It's like something like that gets that type of reaction out of him. I was blown away. I don't want to use the word psychotic came to mind because I can't imagine having that type of reaction to a potential assassination. Now, anyone out there is going to listen to this and say, you're a snowflake, you're this or that. A, that's his friend. And B, you're saying, hey, they told us to get down. I was like, I wasn't getting down. I was watching that with popcorn. I just couldn't imagine having that type of reaction. Now, you could come out and be like, hey, it was incredible to see the Secret Service react the way in which they did. It was amazing to see this thing that we talk about in person, to see them come together, protect the president, protect the first lady, protect all of us, take down the threat. It was unbelievable. As quickly as it happened, it was over. To see those brave men and women put their bodies on the line for us was an incredible thing to witness. I wish it never happened. I hope everyone's okay, that type of thing. But to have that smirk on your face, it'd be like, did you guys see this video beforehand? And did anyone else have a different reaction? I was like, I can't believe that this is the reaction to a potential assassination attempt. Which never came to that, thankfully. And God bless those Secret Service agents who put their bodies on the line to protect everyone at the venue. But golly, I've never seen, even, you saw other clips. USA Today was talking to Stephen A. They were talking to all the other luminaries. And they were all like, yeah, I'm okay. That was wild. God bless America. Dana White was like, golly, where can I get more of that? Sign me up for more of that. Madness. Was that not weird?
Yeah, definitely not what I expected the immediate reaction to be by anybody.
Awesome.
Yeah, bizarre.
It was like he was in an escape room. You know what I mean? He didn't realize it was actually a real thing. It was like, yeah, we got out.
Well, PT, I mean,
Okay.
I'm too hungover to deal with these people tonight.
Wait a second.
Rick throwing on the 10 foil.
Wait a second.
I'm just saying.
Come on, man. Come
Let's
on.
go.
Give us the breakdown. Give us the breakdown.
Let's go full political here. Everyone's doing it
What do you
these
mean
days.
political?
I'm
It's
just
just
saying
conspiracy.
that.
Well, earlier in the night, this is an MMA story, is it not? Earlier in the night, Caroline Leavitt said shots would be fired, right?
She sure did.
That's what everyone's.
This is an MMA story.
Oh, yeah.
Caroline Leavitt.
You know what I mean?
It's an absolute MMA story. And so there are some who are saying, look, it's the best friend of the president who's reacting this way. Is that a sign? For the record, I don't believe this, but is that what you believe, Mr. Rick? That this was all just a show? This was part of the show? This was part of Oz the Mentalist doing his thing?
I don't know if I quite said that or anything to that effect.
Confirmed. New York Rick says Oz the Mentalist behind White House correspondent.
Do we need to build the ballroom? That's all I'm saying. Let's just build the ballroom.
Wow. This is I can't believe we're talking about all this.
Build the
It's
ballroom.
disgusting, actually.
The cap for the bunker.
Tell us, Pete, what do you think? What do you think?
I thought I knew Rick. You know what I mean? This is. Don't know if we're gonna be able to bounce back from this.
What about the reaction, though, Pete?
Oh, it was mental. Yeah. What? You know what I mean? Imagine you're in a room and you're with your best mate and someone starts like trying to kill him and you're like, that was class. No. I mean, he'd be going, are you fucking serious, Pete? And I'd be like, no, but like, you know, you didn't have the same angle as me. It was fucking crazy, you know?
And like at the end of the breakdown video, that one guy's like, can I get a pic? He's like, I just took a picture with you, man. I got to get out of here.
We're all good. There was more footage that came out of Dana's reaction. And like true to form, he did really seem to be enjoying the show.
Oh, yeah, the ball. Yeah.
He's there. Here he is. Look at the smile on his face. I haven't seen him that excited in quite some time. Look at this.
I thought he was going to pause when he was like staring at the camera like it was an episode of The Office.
People are kneeling over. He's looking at it like you go to some show. Like, this is how you look when you're at the Sphere and you're like, look at this. Wow. Look at this. There's Pete. Dana's like, where am I going? All right. Standing up. This dude's with a hand. Look at this guy. He's like, let me take this all in real quick. What?
Maybe he's just like had such an extravagant life that he needs shit like this to happen to feel alive.
I guess it's kind of fitting for the brand. Like, he's the adrenaline junkie guy. He's the UFC
100%.
president.
If he saw us talking about this right now, I mean, he's probably clowning us and thinking that we're weak, we're soft, we're this, we're that. I mean, look.
I'm sorry. Gunshots ringing out. I'm gone. I'm listening to whatever. It was not a good time for me. I did not enjoy it. I'm out. Like that's not my idea of a good time.
What happened to Pete? What was that? Is Pete choking?
It'd be just a smoke version of me left there.
They got a hold of Pete's internet.
They got a hold of your internet. It's because of the conspiracy.
They're canceling Pete.
Yeah. It was Rick, Donald, not me.
Wait, what did I do?
I couldn't believe it. I it was just amazing.
Couldn't believe what? That it was real?
No.
What are you saying?
Is there a strong movement in that direction? Are people?
Oh yeah, there's definitely a strong movement. I'd call it that for sure.
We know you're on the message boards, Ariel.
Frank, what are they saying on Reddit? Our resident Reddit.
Reddit.
What did I say? Reddit. What are they saying on Reddit? Excuse me, Frank. What are they saying over there?
The individuals that are on Reddit are claiming that it's staged. And to be honest, it's a little obnoxious, like how much they're saying it's staged.
Okay.
To the point where it's like not even believable what they're saying. I will admit, when they were like, before the press conference, they're like, oh, he's just going to say that this is why he needs the ballroom. I'm like, surely he wouldn't do that. And then 30 seconds later, this is the reason we need the ballroom.
Why do we need the ballroom?
What is the reason they need the ballroom? Can someone explain this to me?
To hold
was getting
events.
questioned in court recently as to whether or not he can legally build the ballroom. And he's like, well, I need it. You know, there could be an attack on my life, a drone strike, this or that. And people are like, I'm not really sure how those two things are related. And then now that this incident happened, he's like, I told you they're related. Still don't see the connection.
He was on 60 Minutes.
Why would that not?
Because he's holding it on the White House grounds.
Yeah.
Presumably, you can more securely lock that down. There is logic to that, right? Like the idea of like instead of having this correspondence dinner or even any kind of like gathering related to the presidential office at another location, you can do it here where it's most secure and lock it down.
Did you say most
Build
secure?
it. Build it.
Should the president ever leave the White House grounds then?
Oh, here he is.
Uh-oh.
Welcome back, Mr. Jordan.
Jordan's back.
WF.
You're right.
Well, I personally hope he's president for life.
I was going to say, yeah, let's not have him ever leave. Keep him there for a few more years.
Jordan, your thoughts?
Wow.
Third term.
Rick
Let's go,
says
baby.
third term. Jordan's got his Kamala 24 hat on. Still hasn't let that one go.
Actually, I just changed from the Bernie Sanders hat.
This is so
He's got
good.
his Kamala 24 hat and his Mamdani 28 shirt on.
GC.
It is a crazy. At the end of this, obviously we're having fun. The Dana White reaction is nuts. Is absolutely bonkers.
Absurd.
Yo, you want to know the craziest part? I was flipping through the channels when the Hawks were getting their ass beat on Saturday night, and I came across the Correspondence Center before this happened. Watched it for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I was like, all right, I'm getting bored. We can flip back to the Hawks. No less than 5 minutes later, my friend who I was watching with was like, holy shit, there was a shooting at the Correspondence Center. And I was like, and we missed it for the Hawks.
Could have
being
watched
down
it.
25
You could have watched it in real time.
I could have watched it in real time.
You asked me, why is this an MMA story? This is a venue, an MMA venue, in about a month and a half. Not specific.
Weren't they at the Hilton or something?
I don't know. I'm just trying to tie it all together.
Yeah,
if I'm being honest, I do believe that they were at the Hilton.
No, dude, if this was Roger Goodell, it would be an NFL story, so it makes sense.
Sure. I mean, it
Rick
was
is probably getting us pulled off the air now anyway. So.
Shut the fuck up and watch the fights.
There were some people who did bring up the smile on his face, how much he enjoyed it, and it brought up an interesting question, like when he's enjoying himself and when he's not. I stumbled upon a picture that sort of broke down the different reactions. So what do you guys think? When there's an active shooter, he's happy, but when I'm asking him a question, is he that mad? Is it that kind of look on his face?
It's been a while. I mean, we'd have to kind of look back at the tape.
It's a great point.
I'll tell you this. After you ask him a question, I wonder if he'd be like, that was amazing. It was incredible. Like, I don't know. I wonder if he would have that reaction.
It was effing awesome. I've not seen him smile that much in a while.
What do you think he was
The last time I saw him
so
smile
happy
that much is when he was breaking down Bob Menery versus Johnny Manziel.
And then before that, it was when they signed Conor Benn.
That's right. Against Regis Prograis. Yes, Frank?
With the hangover comment that he made a few weeks ago, like, do you think he's just hitting the sauce a little much? And, he's enjoying himself at the dinner, see some commotion.
He's an
He's like,
adrenaline
"I'm here for
junkie. This was adrenaline filled. It sparked something. I don't know.
You usually get the adrenaline to, run for safety.
The fight or flight? He's ready to fight, bro.
Do you want to be an effing fighter? You got to be an alpha male if you're in these situations. Chest out.
I'm alpha.
Yeah. Chin up. Come on, man. The president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship that holds brutal cage fights on the White House lawn, you think he's going to be crawling for safety?
I stand corrected.
Come on now.
We don't think there's a middle ground, though, between that was effing awesome and just like...
Yeah, absolutely there's a middle ground.
A little bit over here to
I think you've said enough, Rick, okay? I think you've said enough.
There is a middle ground.
I give a shit, so give us a fucking answer, Baldy.
Honestly, though, is there something weird about the TMZ style of just sticking a camera in Dana White's face after he just left that scenario? I guess not, because he was so happy about it, but...
Though this one dude was going up to everyone as they were walking out.
I know, none of it was
off
a bit
limits.
fucked, huh?
Lene's in there, his head of PR is like, we gotta go.
Yeah, I was watching CBS Sunday Morning.
You're way too
yesterday, and,
happy about this.
They had reporters on who had been up for 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I remember Wolf Blitzer was, given the report immediately after the...
What was the Wolf Blitzer? Was it the assassination where he had posted a picture earlier in the day that he was out drinking and then he had to go into the CNN studios after?
Oh, yes. That he had to, yes.
We've all been there.
Oh, yeah. Butler, PA. It was that day. It was a nice summer day. I will say two more insane things about this. First of all, you mentioned the Hawks game. Ben Stiller, big Knicks fan, is always tweeting. He tweets, "We got it done," and he's talking about the Knicks win over the Hawks. Did you not see this tweet?
I didn't see this.
Oh my God! This tweet has, at last check on Saturday night, had 7.2 million views on it because everyone thought that he was celebrating that they got the president.
Not everyone thought
Well,
that.
I mean, a lot of people
Some
are coming.
people thought that.
They were not all reacting to the Knicks win over the Hawks in Game 4. I can
Nancy
assure you.
Mace definitely thought that, but not everybody thought that.
It was absurd. It was absolutely absurd.
To the point that there's a community note that's like, he's talking about the Knicks.
Yes, and it says, by the way, they did win. Well, how many views on this tweet now?
I'm trying to find it.
Just type in Ben Stiller, we got it done.
I got it here.
It's over 11 million.
Over 11 million on this We Got It Done celebratory Game 4.
No, it just got it done.
Got it done. Okay, sorry.
No caps or anything. I was imagining we got it done, a bunch of exclamation points, like the way Ben Stiller typically tweets, like right in line with the White House.
Complete lunacy. And then yesterday on 60 Minutes, President Trump was speaking to the correspondent Nora O'Donnell, and the way in which he was talking about the guy is like, man, did you see how fast he was running? I mean, the NFL should call him up. I was like, what? This is not helping the theory, to diffuse the conspiracy theory that, this wasn't all. Again, I don't subscribe to this. I do think that it was real, but he was like glowing in his praise of the way in which this guy was running and how fast he was and how quickly he turned the corner. The whole thing was lunacy.
I mean, did you see him? He was booking it.
At the top of the list was Dana White's reaction, as far as insane things to hear and read about in the aftermath of another potential awful moment assassination attempt. Let's talk about some happy things. Let's talk about Armin Sarukian, guys, winning Person of the Year in Los Angeles. Are they handing out these awards in April? How can he be is he that on fire that he's winning this award in April?
Also, did the city of Los Angeles give this to him? What's
Everyone.
the deal here?
Everyone. That's what they said.
How did one win the Person of the Year?
I don't know, but I would have loved to have heard that speech.
Nice to see him clean up to accept his award. He's just rocking like a full violence.
He probably showed up in a $500,000 car wearing a $300,000 watch.
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, that's probably what he said on the microphone. Could we time it, Frank? Could we play that clip again and time him on the microphone with that soundbite? I'd love to hear that. Here we go. We're starting over.
Are they in a church?
They're at City Hall, of course.
Can we hang on?
Wait a second. Wait, Frank. Here's your moment. Here it is.
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Too soon, Frank.
Too early.
Too soon. He leaned over.
Did you go again?
They're
Let's do it
running his
again. Rewind.
highlights.
They ruined what?
They're running his highlights on the TV in the
Hell
church.
Yeah. Even more impressive than that.
But just one thing from the article.
Yes, tell us.
That I'm reading.
Please.
It was
do some actual journalism.
It was in honor of Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day at City Hall on April 24th. So it was related. They had a prominent Armenian.
Yes, but did he win the Person of the Year award?
Yes, he gets this at this Remembrance Day.
But
right. But I don't know that this is like a singular award that is won by like one person every year. There's just like a.
What I read was he won the Person of the Year, which I think is incredible and well deserved. But what made him get that? Like, what did he do to get that?
Criteria. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the criteria is.
Do you have any previous winners there? Manny Gambourian or any of the boys?
Oh yeah. There's a bunch of guys. Maybe it was in Glendale.
Caro Parisian.
Glendale, Arizona.
No, Glendale, California. Massive Armenian population there.
No, is it the L.A.?
Rhonda used to train there with another Armenian, Edmund Tarverdian. Anyway, even more impressive than that is the way in which Armin Sarukian opens coconuts with his elbows. Did you guys see? Look at this. Look at this right here. PC, do you see this? He's got the coconut. He can't quite open it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Bang! With the elbows. You know how absurd that is? To open up a coconut with your elbows? Look, he's going to do it again. So effortlessly.
We're losing a lot of the water in there.
It's
it doesn't seem to be.
No,
a great
this
method.
is. Oh my God, some life.
I mean, did he get any of that in his mouth?
A lot of it, coconut water is a little bit milky. A lot of it on the beard. Best part of a coconut is by far that part, the meat. Love the meat. You guys ever try the meat?
No.
Oh yeah, man.
The coconut meat.
Yeah, I've had the meat.
What are you doing, Ray? Who are you texting?
He's apologizing to the president.
For what? I said build the ballroom. I'm on board.
Wouldn't you know it? Okay, so guys, we'll play an old-fashioned game of who did it better. Armin opening the coconut with his elbows, or Alex Pereira opening the coconut as such. Okay, here's this. Wait for it.
Oh, it's an aura bottle.
Gal. What is that? Was that a nail? Oh, now all the water is
These lads
gone.
don't like coconut water at all.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think.
What do you guys think? What was that thing that he put?
I think he was probably going to drain the water out
Golf tee.
at first, but
Oh, you think it was a golf tee?
he chopped it open.
No.
Armin
God, we have this
is my vote.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Armin here as well.
I'm going to go with
Armin with the elbows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Glad we settled that.
Speaking of light heavyweight champions, I mentioned earlier Carlos Ulberg speaking to the UFC regarding his knee surgery. Here's what he had to say regarding the surgery and his road to recovery.
Yeah, working with the PI, the staff here have been amazing. Just real positive about the progress and the rehab. So yeah, it's an ACL. We went into the surgery thinking, okay, this could be say between 6 to 8 months or so, longer for some. But you know, with the progress that we've got at the moment, it's only been a week now, and we're moving pretty good. I think we've got a good formula going. The body's healing really fast. The doctors are happy. Oh well, obviously the doctors are happy. The staff are happy. It's really nice to be able to work closely with the PI and get the treatment that I need.
Hot take? I really want to see Jiri versus Carlos too. I mean, that line there, I don't want to hear that from a stripper. Pretty cold from Jiri.
I'm down, but it can't be next.
No, but at some point I want to see this fight again.
I'm okay with it. Let's do it.
Are you all just texting each other now? What's going on?
Nah,
I was
board
texting
info.
GC.
Yeah, I just had to text him back. Sorry.
You're replying? PT, what are you looking at? You're looking down as well.
I'm still just right. I'm imagining, right, if I'm being completely honest, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about this. If you're just at Armin's gaff and he's like, "Here, do you want some coconut water?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, that'd be lovely." Then he takes the fucking thing. You're just like, "It's actually all right, mate. Do you know what? I'll have a glass of water. Thanks, though." Jesus Christ.
Don't worry about it. I'd love to see it. That was a good line. That was a good line from Jiri.
It was a great line.
I don't want to hear that bullshit from a stripper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he does that thing where he's like, and he gets into, man, you don't want to mess with him. God bless him.
Did you say he dropped some nursery rhymes on that baby?
I don't know. I mean, I could see him holding the baby and just he's just such a unique guy. How can you not love him? How can you not love him? What about Khamzat Chimaev, guys? Khamzat Chimaev has clapped back, as they say, to Ronda Rousey, who, of course, has been talking about fighter pay and the UFC and whatnot. This hasn't sat well with the reigning defending, UFC middleweight champion. Here's what Khamzat Chimaev had to say about Ronda's recent comments. There would never have been a Ronda Rousey without the UFC, he said. They're talking about it. They're talking about it. I hate this, he says. Like, you're ungrateful. If they pay good or they don't pay good, when she was Olympic champ, what did she make then? Robbie Lawler versus the other guy, the Canadian from Canada, Rory McDonald?
Usually are from Canada.
He did spaghetti out of Diaz. He threw him there like, yeah, bro. He threw him everywhere like spaghetti. Now, I guess he's just talking about the state of the card. Ronda has talked about, in defense of Ronda, she has talked about the fact that she feels like the Olympic experience was exploitive and she holds sort of like ill feelings towards it. But it is interesting to see how the sort of narrative for this card on May 16th has become so much about pay. Do you know what I mean? Like it came up with Kayla. We'll talk about her in a moment. Other fighters who have knocked the card, and I don't have an issue with, Khamzat's in a good place now. He's the middleweight champion, and there have been some people who have said like, well, why didn't Ronda say these things in the past when she was UFC champion? And so all in all, I think it's good that people are talking about these things. All in all, I think it's good that it's a talking point. But anyway, I just thought it was interesting to see, because to me, my experience with all of this is when you're the champion, when you're on top of the mountain, you're going to feel a certain way about fighter pay. And then inevitably, at the very end, you're going to feel a different kind of way about fighter pay. That's usually how this goes. And so you see the two opposite ends of the spectrum here. You have the former champion talking about it in some way, shape, or form, and you have the current champion talking about it in a different way, shape, or form.
But it's disingenuous.
On whose part?
On the part of, you're talking about the champion might feel a different way about it at the end, or even Khamzat Chimaev. If they felt like they could advocate for more pay for themselves, they would. There's no scenario where Khamzat Chimaev's like, no, pay me less.
Right.
No, you know what? I'm good. Pay me exactly what you're paying me. I don't want a dime more. Pay me less. There's no scenario where they would feel that way. The reason they don't do that is because they want to be in good standing with the UFC, and they want to continue to get the fights that they're getting, and they don't want to rock the boat, and that's fine. I'm not saying that that's everybody's path in life. I'm not suggesting that everybody should do this, but the idea that it's like you should just be happy with whatever you're paid. I mean, Aljamain said it earlier. Who's happy with what they're paid? Who doesn't want to make more money? It's disingenuous to act like anybody should be chastised or scolded or chided for saying you should be paid more. Ronda Rousey is just advocating for something that everybody always feels. Francis Ngannou is just advocating for something that everybody always feels. Nobody should just be like, yeah, you know what? I'm great. I'm good. I don't need more money. Perfect. Nobody feels that. There's not one person. Now, do you sometimes deal with that to keep yourself in good standing? And I'm not just saying specifically the UFC, any job. Yes. That happens all the time. But to act like it's like you're ungrateful for wanting more money, everybody wants more money. There's not a person alive who's like, nah, I'm good.
Well, what you're seeing is also, and as you say, like when you're in the machine, you're not going to be able to say these things, but I can guarantee you every single one of them behind the scenes feels a certain way about their pay. Like you'll rarely get the Aljos who are like, yeah, it's good. It could be better. You know what I mean?
And what's wrong with that, by the way? What is wrong with what Aljo said? Nothing. Zero.
I hate to see fighters sort of ragging on each other for fighter pay because we all know they all agree. They
should all get more.
Yeah. We all agree. Or they all agree. Excuse me. They all agree. But when you're in different positions within the company, you're going to react differently. And so here is Kayla Harrison reacting to what Ronda had to say at that press conference a couple of weeks ago in New York City. We had not heard from her other than a tweet or two about it. Here she is on the pre-show, I believe, for the UFC event this past weekend on Paramount Plus, reacting to what Ronda had to say about her.
There's a woman out there named Ronda Rousey that says you should basically be shining her shoes and that she kicked the snot out of you in the training room, and you wouldn't have all of this if it wasn't for her. And I'm just curious, what is your take on everything that Ronda has had to say about you and the success that you've had throughout the tenure here in the UFC?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I could be meaner.
That's great. You knew this was coming, didn't you? Is that why you wore the hat?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But so, yeah, I mean, I think that it would be really hard. I can't imagine what it would be like for someone to come in and beat everything I've ever done. That would be hard. I get it. So I don't know. Imagine hating me and I'm just like over here in my backyard, like feeding chickens. It's got to be rough. I think that the part that bothers me the most about Ronda is at one point, she was a real athlete. She was training for the Olympics. She's an Olympic bronze medalist. She became UFC champion. She was really trying to chase greatness. And I will never take away the fact that Ronda is probably the most important female fighter. If it weren't for her, for sure, I wouldn't be where I'm at. I wouldn't have a job. But this fight is not the greatest fight of all time. It's between someone who hasn't fought in 10 years and is coming off 2 knockout losses and another woman who is, again, another legend, another pioneer, but hasn't fought in 17 years and is in her 40s. So, don't call it the greatest fight of all time. I'm chasing greatness. You're chasing money. We're different.
Number one, wild to see this other fight being discussed on a UFC show. Number two, I thought Kayla was fine. I actually think that she showed some restraint and was as classy as can be. You could try to... you could get Ronda was pretty, she was pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Aggressive in her response. And so I thought Kayla was fine. I have not seen every single, and classy, I have not seen every single piece of media that Ronda has done leading up to this fight, every single interview. I don't recall her saying this was the greatest fight of all time, but I could have missed that and she may have seen something, or maybe I didn't, hear it or it didn't register. I don't think anyone is saying this is the greatest fight of all time. Certainly I wouldn't say that as well. That's a massive, massive, massive label to put on a fight. I think that Kayla versus Amanda is one of the most important and biggest women's MMA title fights in UFC history. I don't think it would be the most lucrative, but you know how I feel about that fight. I was the one that was going on and on and on about the fact that it should have been the main event for the Paramount debut, and that I love it and I can't wait for it. So I'm not going to say anything disparaging about that fight as well. I do think it's also okay to say that Ronda versus Gina is also a significant, fun, dreamlike fight. And when I say dreamlike fight, because when you say these things, it gets broken down that, oh, you're on the take. I don't say dreamlike because it's one of those things that we were sitting at home, because they were fighting in different eras. So by the time Ronda was Ronda, no one was really sitting around saying, I wonder how she would do with Gina. Gina's time was so limited. But it's dreamlike because you have one trailblazer / pioneer from one era and another from another era coming together in a fight that we didn't think would happen, certainly not in the year 2026. That's what makes it dreamlike, if you will. It would be like, okay, I'd love to, no one is sitting around saying, I'd love to see Steph Curry go up against Bob Cousy, but if they did play each other in one-on-one, that would be dreamlike, if you will, because we never really thought that would be a thing. So that's what I mean when I say that. I don't think anyone who is actually speaking honestly and accurately about that fight would call it the greatest fight of all time. It's just something completely different. It's you could say historic. You could say it's like I said, dreamlike, greatest fight of all time. I don't even know what I would call the greatest fight of all time. First of all, I only think you could call great, and I'm not trying to do Dana White here after the fact, but biggest fight of all time would make more sense. Maybe she said that. I don't know. Did anyone ever hear her say greatest fight of all time?
I felt like biggest was mentioned, right?
Yeah,
I don't know about greatest.
If she said biggest,
I think I'm almost positive she said biggest. That's how she ended the rant that she did at the press conference.
Okay, so there is a difference between biggest and greatest, right?
For sure.
Do we agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
And is it possible by biggest, she's referring to the fact that it may be seen by the most amount of people?
Yes. Yeah, that's 100% what she's saying.
Look, they're going to not take each other's words at face value, in full context. This is now a battle between two people who clearly don't have personal affinity for each other, despite the fact that Kayla always does kind of say, look, Ronda did right by me in the beginning, so I'm not going to go too hard. She always says, like, I'm not going to go too hard. I could say worse, and I believe her. Like, I think if Kayla wanted to, she would go a lot harder. But it's different brands, right? They're the stars of different brands that are going to be conceivably competing now for this airspace at a certain amount of time. It doesn't matter. The specificity of the words is not what's in discussion here, right? Like greatest, biggest, it doesn't matter. Kayla saying, I'm the big dog in the yard. Your time is over. I'm taking out Amanda Nunes, and my legacy is going to be something yours could never be. And Ronda Rousey saying, well, if that's the case, then why are you getting paid what you're getting paid?
Right.
And that's the heart of the matter. And that's fine. They will always be the winners in their own realm, right? Kayla's always going to be able to say, if she beats Amanda Nunes, she's going to be able to say, I did what you never could. I have a legacy now that you can't touch. And Ronda's always going to be able to say, well, guess what? I was a bigger star than you ever were, and I made more money than you made.
All this is doing is making me want to see them fight.
I want to see them fight,
right?
1,000%.
I don't think we will.
No, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, let's not fact check the shit talk. Let's just
okay. Fair enough. I would love to see that.
They need to fight.
Oh,
they're not going to.
No,
they need to. That's the fight.
And I'll settle.
More likely, Joshua v. Fury or Ronda v. Harris.
Joshua v. Fury for sure. Unfortunately,
for now, I'll settle for Kayla returning and fighting Amanda Nunes.
That'd be great.
I'm down with that.
That'd be great.
Will it be the main event? By the way, I actually feel like the UFC has to make it the main event now because part of the trash talk.
When is it going to be?
Well, part of the trash talk was this fight wasn't big enough to main event, which I didn't agree with. Right?
Yeah.
So if you come back and don't make it the main event, you're almost agreeing with her. You almost have to make it the main event now.
And without pay-per-view, why not make it the main event? It's not like you're worried about what the buys are going to be. Make it a.
They already made it the co-main to an interim title without pay-per-view.
No, but that was the first show on Paramount. They wanted to come out, and by the way, their instincts were correct, right? Was Patty and Justin not the fight that you'd kind of want to debut in the main event on Paramount? So they were okay there.
Who knows?
But I think you're right. Like, why do that to this, right? Like, if you're going to sell it as two of the best women's fighters of all time are finally meeting, this is the one you've been waiting for. Don't put it under something else. You got a redo. You got a redo on this. Do it right. Make it the main event.
Let's talk about this weekend, guys. JDM versus Carlos Praches. This fight is flying under the radar. I'm sorry. There's an alternate universe where this is actually a title fight. JDM beats Islam. There's an alternate universe where their next fight with Carlos winning and looking the way in which he did at MSG against Leon Edwards, where this is actually the next fight for the belt. Obviously, that's not happening. This is a big-time fight. This is a big-time fight. This is a massive fight. It's happening in the morning. It's on a massive day. This fight, Inoue Nakatani, and then Benavidez Zurdo. Tremendous May 2nd coming up. Saw this footage of Carlos Praches, and I wanted to get Pizzi's breakdown of his footy skills. What do you have to say about what Carlos Praches could do with the ball here? Look at this. Woo, look at that. Break it down for us, Pizzi.
I mean, the ball's just too far away from his feet, really, when he turned this lad. How committed is this defender, I'd have to ask.
Yeah.
He's not wearing shoes, first of all, and that was a feeble attempt.
Oh.
I mean, what position are you playing? You're nutmegging this fella, you're meant to be a defender. What's going on? The ball's too far away from his feet here, too far away from his feet there. A real classy defender is not going to let you do that. He's a much better player than this other guy. He's not even wearing shoes, Ariel. So, I mean...
Okay, so you're not as impressed.
Look, he's won the one-on-one. Fair play to him.
The 1v1.
I think there's a lot to do there. I think there's a lot of things you can brush up on.
Can't wait for that fight, though. Just have to say.
Yeah.
And
I prefer to watch him fighting than I do watch him playing football, if I'm being honest.
Okay, wow. Well,
or
what about...
ripping a heater.
What's that?
Or if he's ripping a heater, I think he smokes fantastic.
Oh, yeah. He's must-see TV when he's doing that. What about Islam Makhachev and Ian Gary? They're still going back and forth. Here's an exchange between the two of them. Same weight class, of course. First, you say you have a hand injury. Dana said August. You're saying July. I've been ready. Since you last turned me down in May, we're all waiting on you, princess. This has to be the first time Islam Makhachev has been called a princess before. Don't worry about my injuries. I'm ready at any time. I'm waiting for the contract. Now, Islam did tweet July, and my understanding is that's not at play at the moment. He ain't going to fight on the same card as Conor, as we've discussed, but who knows? Who knows what exactly is going on? There's them going back and forth. Greater chance of Fury AJ or Ian Islam in August in Philadelphia? What do you say, PT?
I hope it happens. There's been a lot of talk at this stage.
It has to happen at this point.
Yeah. I hope it happens.
How long have we been waiting for Ireland versus Dagestan 2? You know?
I think 3 now?
2018. It's been 8 years.
Oh no, this is the 28th installment of Dagestan.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not respecting Hughes Nurmagomedov as.
Oh, we are. Yeah,
I'm
respecting the 4 other Ireland v Dagestan.
So this technically would be 4.
This is the big rematch in the UFC.
27.
That wasn't in the UFC, so we don't necessarily acknowledge.
Oh wow.
Okay, interesting. Why did PFL call it Ireland v Dagestan twice?
We can't answer for them. You know,
it's interesting.
I do want to
tell you what, the people
yeah.
over here can't stop talking about it.
I know, they're buzzing on the streets.
We're adamant about it. Like, we need to get this back.
UFC should come out with the announcement at some point. I thought that they were going to come out with it after the heartbreak, the World Cup heartbreak, to sort of like soften the blow, because everyone would have been like, yeah, this sucks. But
the AI Ireland versus Dagestan promo they're going to drop is going to be fucking fire.
Oh my God.
I can't wait for it.
Speaking of which, did we, the one that I dropped in there, can we grab that real quick? Did you guys see this promo? I mean,
are you talking about the Newark one?
Yes. I am convinced that they're trolling us at this point. And just to be clear, I know that it is a take on The Sopranos Open, of course, but it was so cheaply done. And if you're going to do The Sopranos intro and not have the woke up this morning, got yourself, it doesn't work. You don't half-ass it. You either do the whole thing or you don't do the whole thing.
Also, it was pretty obvious. It wasn't that obvious. Like, I just actually finished rewatching The Sopranos. They're not using the same like cut scenes and everything like that.
Crap.
Pizza Land?
No, it was shit. It was shit.
It was absolute crap. And then there's, in The Sopranos intro, you see Tony sometimes in the car, right?
Yeah, he's driving the car.
They did this scene of like Strickland looking at.
Yeah.
It was
see like a side of a head.
It was so bad. It was
terrible.
It was terrible. And people thought that I was crapping on it because I didn't get. I know what it was. You've got Sean Strickland and Hamza Chimaev. These guys hate each other. They despise each other. And they've been talking all this crap. It could not be more personal. And I know you're not going to play terrorism, this and that, but there's enough crap to talk about with these two guys and enough stuff to draw on and enough B-roll and enough sound bites. You don't have to do this. This is what you do for a fight night involving two guys that have no history, no connection, no chemistry whatsoever, and you're just trying to celebrate. You're going to show to the average fan online a somewhat dated reference that doesn't even have the song of just like crappy New Jersey highlights. I can imagine that most people who saw this on Saturday night were like, why are you showing power plants and the Garden State Parkway and MetLife Stadium? It was
incredibly loose references.
I thought.
And how could that possibly get you excited for the fights?
It was exactly.
I didn't even think of Sopranos. I actually thought it was a tourism thing for New Jersey.
It took me a while, and then I was like, "Oh, I guess they're." Once they showed the like guy with the holding the steering wheel, who knows who that was? I was just like, I guess they're doing like a Sopranos thing.
Yeah, they did a Sopranos thing, and it was a flop.
When I saw this video online,
Yep.
I thought this was a fake. I thought someone just made this as a joke.
It was so
This
bad.
looks like a YouTube video from 2007.
It was so bad. The editing was so bad. The shots didn't even look the same. By the way,
Some guy at the UFC office who put this together is like,
he's that dude. If you're going to use the Sopranos thing, which other people were like, oh, they did this because Paramount now has the HBO thing. Is that even deal? Like, is it done? I don't even know. But if you're going to use it, all those shots, just use those shots. Use those exact shots.
Yet.
If you are going to use it.
Yeah, I agree.
But here's the thing.
Don't do it.
You can't do it if you don't have the song.
No, don't do it.
You can't do it if you don't have the song. It is lazy. Everyone's here it is. I don't know if we could play it with the music, but like just look at this. Look how bad this is. This looks like it looks like my daughter put this together. Like the quality of it is not even remotely close to the same.
You got to grab the ticket. You don't need this close up of him on the steering wheel. What is this fast motion bullshit?
That is bullshit. That is not the same shot. Look at
What is this?
Look at that.
That's bullshit.
Show the lumberjack. The lumberjack is still there. I used to live right by it.
Oh my God. You know what? Oh my God, look at that.
What is this?
Look at that.
What is the all-centered UFC 328? We can barely read it.
I feel like you guys are being too harsh. You guys,
We're being too harsh. I'm not being harsh enough.
I'm still convinced this is not real.
Can you re-rack that? Re-rack that for a second. You just called out something, GC, that I didn't notice. There's a shot in there that's of a completely different thing, like the sped up version. It's a totally different. The whole thing looks different. Okay, so here's like, okay, we're doing this. Okay, shaky. This is Sopranos. Yup. He takes the ticket. He's driving.
Hands.
Okay, what's this? What's that?
What is that? I'm telling you, it looks like a 2007 travel vlog. What is that?
No, that's Sean Strickland looking at
MetLife Stadium. They're not competing there.
They're not competing there.
I am fucking buzzing for this fight now, boys. Boys, we're after watching this.
Me and Pizzi are locked in. This worked for me.
The level of laziness is just, and this was the apathy. This was everyone's worry. If you don't have to sell the pay-per-view, you're going to mail it in. This is mailing it in.
Dude,
I'm sorry, this is mailing it in.
They're representing MMA fans with this. I was watching the UFC and the Hawks Knicks game with a few of my friends, and this came on, and I was like, man, what is this? And like I kind of did like, I guess are they doing The Sopranos? All my friends were like, what the fuck was that? That was supposed to be a promo for the card in a few weeks?
It was awful.
And I was like, yeah, I guess so. I guess this is I guess so.
How do you
my only pushback is this did not start with Paramount. This did not start with Paramount. No. It's not related to not selling the pay-per-views.
100%.
This started years ago. No.
Bro, this is the worst promo of all time.
Yes, I agree with it.
And it's the most low-energy song. I wish we could play it. The song doesn't even sound like the actual song from the show.
1000%.
It's like dun, 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 dun,
we need a bottom 5 promos by the end of the year. This and Seattle are leading the charge.
This is not starting in January. This started before that.
It's only going to get worse.
The laziness started way before that.
And people make the mistake, which Dana White has corrected them. It's like, nah, we do everything. It's not Paramount. Paramount will do their own things. You're right. The fact that there isn't that pressure to sell pay-per-views anymore, and you are right in this regard. The pay-per-views were already bought and sold with the ESPN deal. So you could say that it really started, at the very beginning of the ESPN deal. Remember, they started the ESPN deal, and then shortly thereafter, ESPN said, like, we want everything.
They acquired the pay-per-views,
Yes. So you could say that it started then. But now the fact that no one has that pressure. Now, Paramount has the pressure because they're trying to recoup the money, right? They're trying to get into the black, not the red. I don't know if no one's calling them out on it. I don't know if there's any sort of standard. I don't know what it is. I know there's smart people working there. I just can't imagine anyone. Like, Dana used to be so invested in every single aspect of the promotion, the fights, the video, all that. I remember him watching, there were clips of him watching his video blog and embedded and going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. You can't watch. You're in the fight business, man. You're the guy telling us that an alleged gunman was freaking awesome. You're supposed to be trying to like elicit that out of us, and you've got the benefit of Khamzat Chimaev versus Sean Strickland. The reason why you booked this fight and not Khamzat versus Nasruddin Imavov is because they've got heat. It's not because Sean Strickland is some like supremely popular fighter on a 10-fight winning streak or is like. He's ranked so high that he can't be denied. No, you booked this because he cut some promos and he got people to care about a matchup against Khamzat. If he was just Mr. Nondescript fighter, he's not getting this. And you're not using that to sell it. Like the first intro to this fight is that. That's embarrassing.
I'm going to be totally honest.
Embarrassing.
If we use that promo, that level of promo for like the NJ Pack show,
yeah,
I'd be like, what is this? What are we doing here?
You whip up stuff on your laptop in 6 seconds. That's way better than that.
I just can't believe it.
Speaking of which, by the way, not quite there as far as announcement just yet, but if you are in, breaking news, Frankie, breaking news. Just like a second step slow, right? If you're in the New York area on May 8th, so the night before this event, we may have something for you. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting pretty close. May 8th, night before, in the New York area, not Jersey this time, New York City, perhaps a venue we've been at before. New York area, spread the word, peace and love, peace and love. May 8th, night before, looking good, more to come. How about that?
Don't have to have with crack, guys.
No, evening. All right.
Good. That's okay.
Chill out. Okay, so we're not excited about that. How excited are we about the brand new EA UFC covers? Ah, yes. Look at this. Wow.
Well, not just the covers. Games announced.
Pre-order.
Coming out in June.
This is it. This is the first. I'll never understand the big to-do over the covers. Can you explain this?
Cover athlete, bro. You want to know who it is?
You don't even buy physical games anymore. You download them.
Nah.
Do you not download?
I'm a physical guy.
You are a physical guy? You go to GameStop and you buy this?
Oh, yeah.
My kids have a PS5. They've never bought a physical game in their life.
Different generations.
You will go to the GameStop and buy a PS5, like a legit, like hard copy of this?
Yeah, Switch games too.
I only do the downloads.
Yeah, Frank's not a big physical media guy. He hates physical media.
I have a giant vinyl collection.
So I actually don't have an Xbox or a PlayStation.
Well, what do you say about the covers?
I love them.
You like there's a little artsiness to it?
I might have to get a PS5 or an Xbox just to play UFC 6.
What's the reaction been online? Are people going nuts over this? I can't believe it's not Ilya. I can't believe it's not...
They have an Ilya one out there as well, no? I saw an Ilya with 2 belts on his shoulders picture as well, but maybe it's not an official one. It's like fan art or something. Just like to say as well, while we're on this topic, I was top 10 in the world at UFC 3 for exactly a week.
What does that even mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
It was the week it came out, though, GC, so I don't know if that's... I mean, it was the top 10 player in the world at the third UFC.
Ever played a UFC EA game.
They're great. I ran through the whole campaign on UFC
smoke
3.
you.
Would they be interested in sponsoring the program? Because we love it. Every time I've played it, I've thought it's just been amazing. I was hoping. You ever see that guy, PT, who does the shoulder roll thing?
Yeah.
I love that guy. Yeah, that guy's the man. What's the song?
Born the Bane.
What's the song that he does? The Madonna song.
Madonna, get into the groove, boy. You've got... Is that that?
Yeah. Oh, love to me. Yeah. UFC 6, very exciting. Pereira, we know, is fighting on June 14th. Does Max have a big fight coming up this summer? Because they usually like to time
Conor
it.
McGregor. Conor McGregor's fighting Conor McGregor, isn't he?
Are we excited about this? Maybe we could get you guys playing the game or something.
I'd play. I'm down.
That would be everyone. So.
Equally as big, speaking of San Diego guys, the UFC is not going to San Diego, but the PFL is. Sorry about that. June 27th, they're going to San Diego, California, the San Diego Sports Arena, now known as the Pechanga Arena, and it's going to be AJ McKee against Salamat. Izbulayev, 10-0 from Kazakhstan. Yes, there you go. Why don't they make any title fights? I saw something that there's like no title fights on the U.S. cards. Why is that? They have a Sioux Falls card. They've got a card this coming weekend, no title fight. They had the Pittsburgh card, no title fight. Weren't all these supposed to have titles on the top of them?
Belfast card, no title fight.
Right.
Our man Dan actually already pre-ordered UFC 6. Shout out.
Hell yeah.
Missed him already.
How do you know about this?
He put it in the Slack channel.
Dan's still part of the Slack?
He's already pre-ordered. Fire emoji.
Love it. What's that?
I don't know how I feel talking about Dan while Jordan's here. I don't like that.
Yeah, it is weird. Yeah.
I know you guys are saying how great he is. Don't worry.
All right, so I guess I got to get it.
Yeah.
We got a top Pizzi's top 10.
What's a game cost like that these days?
$79.99.
All right.
$79.99.
Yes.
Deluxe edition $99.99.
Probably. Yeah, I'm actually on their website right now.
Oh, sick.
Did want to report some, or at least discuss some unfortunate news. We found out on Saturday that UFC welterweight Tim Means was arrested Wednesday in New Mexico. This is according to ESPN on an open charge of child abuse, according to the Bernalillo County online court records. Means, 42, was involved in an altercation with his 17-year-old daughter and was accused of headbutting her in the nose before punching her in the face after a dispute over house chores. This according to the Albuquerque Journal. He was released Friday on his own recognizance and has a hearing date set for May 26. So you can read more about this. Awful to read. There was a complaint that reportedly stated, let it be known that there were visible hand and red marks on neck indicating she was strangled. There was blood on and in her nose where she was headbutted, and several red marks indicating she was hit in the face and on her cheek. Albuquerque news outlet KOAT reported that Means spoke to law enforcement after being detained and admitted that there had been an altercation with his daughter. However, he said the only time he got physical with her is when he needed to restrain her. His last fight was in 2024. Unclear what his UFC future is, but wanted to pass along that news. There was an incredible knockout in the World of Glory kickboxing this weekend. Michael Sampieri versus Saeed Kabil. Look at this knockout, guys. This is one of the best knockouts I've seen in the world of kickboxing. Here's Sampieri. Oh my, look at that reaction there. Oh, the rope hit there with the neck. I mean, just...
The roll off the ropes was brutal.
Brutal.
It was the knockout was clean as hell because it was that one hitter quitter.
Yeah.
But the fall was the star of the show there. That was
one more time with the fall if we can. I mean, it reminded me of how Pizzi described the Buchecha knockout. Look at this, to the body. Oh, neat. You do wonder, with knockouts like that, can kickboxing make it here in the United States?
The answer is no, unfortunately. We had fucking Alex Pereira, Israel Adesanya doing this to people, Cedric Doumbé, and nobody cared. It's not
Speaking of European combat sports, there was a Cage Warriors event this weekend, which drew all kinds of controversy. I wanted to pass it off to our resident Cage Warriors expert, the one and only Pizzi Caro, to explain what exactly happened here. Pizzi, give us the whole breakdown. Very confusing story, all kinds of drama.
Yeah, I'm still confused.
Okay, please, tell us.
I'm still confused. So listen, the Cage Warriors frequent Glasgow. It's a great event usually, but everything that could have went wrong seemed to go wrong at this event. Chris Bungard pulled out the bad guy, as we know, a massive ticket seller in Glasgow especially. He announced that he would not be fighting on the card. He signed 3 different contracts, he said, just no one could make the date. Then Michael Blair, another guy from Scotland who's well regarded, he pulled out of the fight as well, I think a couple of days before, or else just one day before. Then another fighter, Jordan Strong, got into a car crash on the way to the event. As in, crash, can't fight now. His fight is pulled from the card. And on the morning of the fight as well, we get a statement from Cage Warriors because a big unification bout between Justin Burlinson, the champion, and Sean Clancy Jr., like one of the hottest prospects coming out of Scotland, 8-0. They were to unify the belts. And the statement reads that that Burlinson has suffered a superficial cut. He's required 5 stitches, and the fight would be postponed to another date. So then we get, I believe now, I don't know if this is an exact chronological order, but we had a video from Sean Clancy. And look, Sean Clancy is disappointed. This guy is fighting in front of his home crowd. He is a huge prospect, I said, massively popular. He's getting a chance to unify these belts, become the champion, and basically get his ticket to the UFC as far as most fighters see it in Europe. That has always been the traditional route. So here is Sean Clancy, I believe we have it, talking about what has happened with Burlinson.
I don't usually do these things, videos or that. So, yeah, the fight's off. I just found out within the past 20 minutes or something like that. Justin suffered a superficial cut in his fucking elbow. He's been medically cleared to fight. The commission's said that he can fight, but him and his team have said no.
So this is interesting, right? The things I want you to know here is in the statement it says 5 stitches. Sean Clancy, and as we said, he must have been told that he hadn't been medically cleared, Justin Burlinson. And just before we get to Justin Burlinson, his one of his teammates, Charles Joyner, put up a video. Justin Burlinson had cancer in 2024, and he came back and he fought since then. He's also, people will know that Justin traveled to Qatar to try and get a UFC contract in an effort to do that. Caused a big media story, didn't quite happen. But again, this is a huge fight for him. You get a win over Sean Clancy Jr., it's a huge scalp for him to get at this stage. So 5 stitches, medically cleared. This leads to a lot of people starting saying about Justin Burlinson. As we know, MMA fans can be quite cutting at times, and suddenly, why is he avoiding this fight? Why is he pulling out of this fight? Then we get this video from Charles Joyner, who was to corner Justin Burlinson in this fight. And this is quite graphic, I should say, before we roll it.
So by now you will have seen the news that Justin Burlinson has had to withdraw from his fight with Sean Clancy Jr. It's being advertised that he's had to withdraw after getting a superficial laceration with only 5 stitches. That is not true. As you will see from these videos, the laceration is deep and he lost a lot of blood this morning. He also received 25 stitches in total, 10 inside the wound because the wound was deep and 15 on the outside of the wound. The way this happened is when he got into the bath this morning to have his shower, there's a ceramic soap dish that was attached to the wall. He's put a little bit of weight through that soap dish and it's completely snapped off. The remainder of the ceramic soap dish, which is now a sharp object, has sliced open his arm and he's lost loads of blood. The blood, as you will see from this video, is literally spurting all over the bed.
Now, as you can see, that is a horrific cut. Obviously I'm seeing this reaction. I'm seeing that Justin Burlinson, people saying this kind of stuff about him. I've sent that image, that video, to 25 different coaches and fighters today, and every single one of them said they wouldn't fight or they would pull a fighter out because of that fight. I think people are getting a bit hung up on the word superficial, because in terms of a medical status they're putting on the cut there, they're essentially saying it's not tearing through muscles or tendons, but it's obviously a horrific injury. I was talking to people today on the medical side of things that are if you get stitches on the day of a fight, you cannot fight. That is, in terms of safe MMA in Ireland and the UK, you are not able to fight if that happens. So I think a lot of confusion here has come from the 5 stitches in the Cage Warriors statement, and then the medical clearance, the idea that this guy is medically cleared. I tried to reach out to Cage Warriors today. I messaged one of their top people and asked them about it. I got no message back, but it's continuing to unravel this. If you go on to the Cage Warriors Instagram page and you look at the post, you'll see a host of very well-known European fighters complaining about the messaging there. Very interesting. I don't think we've heard the last of it. I'm trying to reach out and get the full story to see what's going on. I have not been successful in that so far, but if I do, I will let you guys know. It should be said that a lot of the conversation around this is, and I don't think this isn't Clancy Jr.'s fault or anyone's fault. Clancy Jr. is signed to Graham Boylan, who obviously runs Cage, whereas Justin Burlinson isn't. And it's a similar conversation. This conversation has happened before. Is there a different treatment to certain guys who are signed to Boylan and others? That is certainly something that I've had plenty of conversations about today. So yeah, we're going to have to see how this shakes out. I don't think it's the last we've heard of it, but maybe it is. I'll let you know.
That reminded me of an old school episode of The Crack, where you would break down things that are sort of off the radar here in North America. Give us the whole breakdown. That's I mean, they could sue that hotel. That's the fact that he got that cut out of the soap dish breaking is insane.
It's a horrific cut. It really, like I was speaking to one coach today who's coached people in world title fights in the UFC, and he was like, if you have a cut like that in your arm, the risk of infection, first of all, just bending your arm to block and then throwing punches, like there's no way you can be 100% in that situation. It's just, I feel sorry for Brunson. I feel sorry for Clancy Jr. because, as I said earlier, he's shit hot as well. Whoever won this fight would have been a massive scalp for him, and it was going to be a great fight. I also say fair play to Cage Warriors because the amount of things that went wrong here, and they still put on a very, very good event. Like, there was still plenty of traction for it online. You'd have to say fair play to them. But there is a lot of confusion with regard to Burlinson, the medical clearance, and the 5 stitches post they put up, because Andy Stevenson, who I think is the best reporter across the UK and Ireland on these regional scenes right now, he reported that there was 10 internal stitches and 15 external stitches. Wow. And as you saw there with Charles Joyner, he's saying 25 stitches in total. It's a messy one. We'll have to see how it shakes out.
Literally and figuratively, as far as the messiness of it all. Thank you for that, Pete. And let's see how that plays out. Wanted to get to 2 other quick things, and then we'll get to your super chats. Last Wednesday on the program, you may recall the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, raised a lot of eyebrows with his interview, all kinds of reaction videos, all kinds of discourse. The next morning, he did post this on his social media. He posted it on his Instagram and Twitter. I want to make something very clear to everyone after yesterday's podcast with Ariel Helwani. Number one, I'm more than thrilled to see Charlotte wrestling with her friend Alexa Bliss. I've never seen her happier, so let's clear that up. Number two, I enjoyed her in singles matches because I feel like she is able to put more of her talent on display. Number three, no one will ever criticize or make any attempt to judge my daughters or say anything about them. Number four, I wish we could all just put everything behind us. And please don't report something on me unless it's 100% true. Thank you. May we all continue to be successful. And for so many of us, as we grow older, there may be no tomorrow. May peace and friendship be with all of us. Let's go back to being the brotherhood that we are or were, that was so sacred at one time. I thought that was a lovely message. And then earlier today, he posted this regarding Ludwig Kaiser, who he spoke about in some not so flattering terms during the interview. Mr. Ludwig Kaiser, I never implied that you couldn't work or didn't have talent. I actually understand that you are doing really well with Undertaker's promotion. I'm sorry that I got upset. I'm naturally very protective of my daughters, as I'm sure as you grow older, you will be too. Continued success. I apologize for anything I said about you personally. It was not about your professional skill, which I have heard is very good. And so let's hope that I think everyone wants to see Ric Flair be welcome, be respected, have the red carpet, as he said, rolled out for him. And I understand that he was heated in that interview and said some things that may have upset some people, but he is making amends. Do we think Wilt Chamberlain is going to get the same type of sort of
rest in peace to the GOAT?
Yeah, he did come out and say he blew by him at 39. Did you guys hear that one?
Yeah, I heard.
They were doing a lot of riding, the boys, weren't they?
Sure. What's that?
They were doing a lot of riding, the pair of them.
Sure. According to one line I see out here, Anthony Joshua minus 2,500 against Christian Prenga, who's a plus 1,100. What was Anthony?
Little value on KP.
Can I just say, Anthony was a much smaller favorite against Jake Paul.
Yeah, it was free money.
Yeah.
It was the dumbest possible passing of.
Got as low as like minus 600.
Yeah.
What's Fury against AJ?
Believe I actually was just looking at that. I got it for you here.
No, I have it.
Oh, Fury's minus 170.
Fitty.
Minus 150. I saw
AJ
Talma
plus 120.
is like minus 135 to AJ.
Serious?
In a hypothetical fight.
Wow. Frankie, do we have any super chats?
Yeah, we do. Jake from Windy City starts us off. Looks like Paramount acquiring Warner Brothers is moving forward with shareholders approving. What initial thoughts or concerns do you have on it?
Oh my, is that happening? I guess it seems like it's happening. Yeah. Well, I have a bunch of thoughts. So, like, what happens to HBO Max? Is it just going to get rolled into Paramount Plus? Are they going to make?
Presumably, yes.
They're going to make Paramount. They're trying to go after Netflix, right? They want Paramount Plus to be the app. HBO. It was kind of nice to see the HBO brand back, but now it's just going to be like a module on a Paramount app. It just seems a little bit weird. I don't know. There's obviously bigger implications, the amount of money involved, who's investing, who's behind it. I tend to think that these mergers aren't good. I tend to think that having more is better, like more outlets is better. That's my initial thought. Frank, what do you think?
I agree 100%. I think a capitalistic society exists when there's competition to keep people in check. And when you have them all merged into one, like, what are we doing here?
That might have been the most poignant and eloquent thing that you've ever said on this program.
Give me a fucking break.
What else, Frankie? What else?
On the point of the Paramount Warner Brothers merger, like, if you're the UFC, does that mean that now you can be on TBS, you can be on TNT, because they'll now own those channels as well? So there's more outlets to put NHL, UFC, all these other brands that.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Or HBO. You know, there was once a time many, many moons ago where UFC was very, very close to signing a deal with HBO, and then the president at the time got into an altercation with his girlfriend, partner, spouse, and that derailed everything, and he was doing the deal because his son was a fan. A whole other story for a different day. I think UFC 70 or 75 was actually supposed to debut on HBO way back in the day. Little known fact. So I would say yes on Air Jordan, but they haven't really put anything, like, they're not putting UFC on CBS Sports Network. It seems to me like they just want to do the odd prelim / main card on CBS and the rest on Paramount Plus. Does Paramount Plus recoup the amount that they've invested in the UFC if they're putting it on TBS or TNT? Maybe not. Probably not.
Will those even exist?
You think they're going to shut them down? No, those are legacy channels.
So HBO was a legacy channel that got completely erased until
cable,
and then they went oops, and then they brought it back.
Why would they?
They might not be profitable. They might just be like.
Wow,
remember that this deal was them getting acquired, so it's not like they were.
You know, but they've got hockey deals. They've got baseball on there. They've got the
you shift it to
NCAA
to the thing you're actually
all
trying
of it
to
on
sell.
the app. Can I just say something about the apps? I'm actually really happy that we brought this up.
Go ahead,
Thank you. I want to just say something. The app world is great for this. Like when I was out this weekend, right? I'm in San Diego. Okay, great. I want to watch the Knicks. I go to Peacock.
Little Pip.
I want to go to Paramount Plus. I go to Paramount Plus. It's very easy.
Yep.
It is an awful experience when you're at home.
Okay.
It is so annoying at home.
What makes you say?
I can't jump around. I want to jump around. It actually upsets.
What are you using? What are you using?
What are you using to
Apple TV?
What interface?
Even with Apple TV, I've got to go out here. I've got to go out here. I've got to go out here, only to come back in and come back in.
No.
What am I doing wrong?
You need some organization
Yeah.
system.
Oh,
You need
it's
all the apps right there. You obviously have the hold the arrow button out. You're right back.
You don't have to go multiple times. You don't have to go click, click, click.
Hold that, man. Hold that bad boy. It'll take you right back to the home. And
I
then
have
it's just
another
boom,
solution.
over.
I'm on a
bang.
Samsung, and I've got buttons for each of the apps on my remote.
I'm flying. You should see me. I use the two at once. I'm on the Roku Little with the big TV at the same time.
First of all, that's annoying.
I'm flying.
Okay, if
On
you're
Samsung smart things, I can control them all. I see
Paramount. Truth be told, my TV was purchased in 2015. I feel
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
what's that?
Wonder.
Hey, you're still lighting your fire
bigger
with the
than-
sticks like this? What is this?
How old's your TV?
Brand new.
2 years?
8 months?
Frank, as you know, I get
Yeah, I
emotionally
know.
attached. This is a big. It's a big problem.
I love this TV.
Does it even have color?
The TV, the color is actually getting a little wonky these days.
I would imagine. Yeah.
maybe upgrade to
It's from the
something where you
Stone
can.
Ages.
Okay,
not
so
take
if
2
I
hours to
upgrade,
change.
yeah, times are tough. What do you want me to say? I'm not just buying things.
TVs are going the
how it feels.
opposite.
Let me tell you about my
TVs are
trip to San
cheap,
Diego.
man.
If I upgrade, what am I getting here? Because right now, what's happening is there's Paramount Plus, there's Peacock, there's Amazon Prime, and I'm trying to jump around, and it's a pain in the ass. I like the days, $248, TBS, I'm there.
Yeah, cable.
245 TNT, I'm there.
Okay,
206
DirecTV, man,
ESPN,
I
I'm
see.
there.
I know those channels.
Always.
249 Comedy Central,
Absolutely.
206 ESPN.
207, 208. You're flying around. You're flying around now.
Well, those days are dead regardless.
Yeah, that's over.
Yeah, those are no longer.
But is there an easy way to jump around?
Yes.
It's not the thing with the thing comes up on the Samsung.
I have
Apple TV.
I have individual icons on my phone to press these things.
On your phone?
Yeah, I can control my TV with my phone.
To the phone.
No, not streaming to the phone.
No, can't do that.
I have
stream to the
Samsung
TV.
Smart
Sorry.
Things.
No, you
Samsung
can't
Smart
mirror.
Things
Can't mirror, Pete.
is a remote for my Samsung television.
It's
and
called
I have,
Samsung Smart Things?
Yeah, like my house is a smart. Like I've got smart lights. I got smart this, smart that.
Okay.
It's a notification
Locks.
for every
I get
single one of them.
notifications. My Samsung washer and dryer tell me when the laundry's done.
This is too much.
goes to
It's
his washing and
annoying.
changes the channel.
Also,
Not
nothing
annoying,
more
it's
annoying.
fucking
If
amazing.
you're having a serious conversation with Rick and it's
No, I haven't had sound in years.
It's not just that.
No.
Yo, man, look at this on my phone, and you're like, okay, and it's just ga-jing, ga-jing. Your laundry's
Someone
done.
turned the light
Someone
on
just
in the
turned
hall.
on the laundry,
Okay.
the
Who
laundry
needs
room
that?
light.
That yes, but I don't have sound anymore.
Ring
For years, I
doorbell,
haven't
ring
had sound.
doorbell, ring doorbell.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
all
A
right.
lot of ring doorbell. A lot of ring doorbell. He's right.
You got rid of it?
The sound, I've been sound free for years now, for sure. Used to have sound all the way up.
PT, you having a conversation with Rick? This is all you hear. That's all you hear. It's all you
Sorry,
hear.
what was that, man?
It's the most annoying thing.
Used
So
to
Rick,
be,
so when we get to
Don't
the
Rick,
thing,
when you're talking to Rick,
oh
he
sorry,
does this a lot.
and also
That's
it's
'cause
on
it's an
full
notification.
blast. It's full blast
full
on his
blast.
phone.
He
Full
has
blast.
muted it.
Oh
I
my
have, I
god.
Was the
yeah.
magic.
It doesn't take me.
I
it doesn't
apologize
take
to all
me
the
3
dogs
hours
out
to
there
change
who
the channel.
might have been
That's for sure.
barking. Yeah. Okay, so what do I do? What do I do? What do I
Get a
do?
new TV that has a better interface.
What's going on, boys?
Hard
that
at
a
3
delivery?
o'clock.
It's annoying AF. What else, Frankie? What else?
Merv Miller 9982 says, in my opinion, Volk is fighting until he loses, and Mosar probably beats him. So I would give Jean Silva the title fight. Otherwise, we might never see Jean versus Volk.
In my opinion,
What the?
is it, whatever he said. Nah, I want to see John Silver versus Aljo. That's the one.
That's not a good reason to give somebody a title shot, by the way.
No.
Yeah, I think Volk is going to lose to Movsar, so we're not going to give Movsar the title shot. You're actually proving that you should be giving Movsar the title shot.
Also,
because he's most worthy.
Then you could just do Volk versus Silva if Volk doesn't retire. Like it doesn't.
Well, no. He says Volk will retire.
I know, but he's making a lot of assumptions here based on his own fucking feelings that have no basis in reality.
Wait, what did he say again?
What else, Frankie? What else?
Frank reads it. What was it?
In 90, are you interested in having Ari Emanuel or Mark Shapiro on the show? Ari's
Yeah.
book
Oh,
coming
sure.
out in September could be good opportunity. Think they'd come in?
This is
No.
his agent reaching out.
Oh, wait. Is this an actual offer? Because I am interested.
Have him on
We're
the show.
booking- yes.
Hell yeah!
Well, let me look at my schedule here real quick. Yes, they are more than welcome. We would love to have them. It would be incredible. I did have one conversation with Ari Emanuel way back in the day. It was UFC, I think it was 208. Definitely told this story before. Was that the one in Brooklyn? Hell yeah, it was the one in Brooklyn. Headlined by? Who remembers? 208?
What is that? Holly Holm and
Versus?
GDR?
GDR. Rain Durandamy.
I'm ready.
The real goat.
Huge fight at the Barclays Center. I
Barclays.
saw Ari in the, or Ari as they call him, in the media room where the Brooklyn Nets practice. He said I always thought there could be just one Ariel. That's his full name in this business. But for you, my friend, I'm making an exception. And what does he say? What did he say to me, guys? Do you remember?
No, tell me. Remind me.
He said, "Let's hug it out, bitch."
Did he
said
actually say
Yes,
the line?
He said the line.
Holy shit.
He said, "Let's hug it out."
Wow.
Yes.
With the bitch?
Show you a bitch though, because
You know what the "Let's hug it out" is, PT?
Yes. He knows.
no.
Entourage.
What?
Ari Gold, Entourage. Have you never
I only
seen
watch good
Entourage?
shows. No, I only watch really
The
good shows.
character on Entourage, this iconic TV character, is based on him. The Jeremy Piven, he's
You've never seen Entourage, PT?
you don't even know about it? That's
think
a
we
no.
lost him.
All right.
Okay.
Bye, PT.
What else, Frank? What
Ace
else?
Boogie 2303. GC in New York, Rick. What's a current day matchup likely to never happen, but you'd love to see? I'm sick. We'll probably never see Montel Jackson.
Jeez,
versus
really?
Nate
You're sick about that?
The one that I really wanted to see is Elliot Tapoya versus Movsar was booked.
Oh, wow. I was like, we're way past that.
Dustin Poirier versus
4
Colby
years ago.
Covington.
Why am I not here anymore? What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, I thought you froze.
Oh, we thought you were
you
gone.
sitting so still, or did you freeze?
No, I just didn't want to have the conversation.
I was wondering why
I
you got
legit
cut
thought
out.
you froze, dude.
Andy thought you were gone.
You were
I
like,
do that when I don't want to talk anymore.
What else, Frank? What else?
I can't tell if he's frozen again or not.
I'm just moving on.
Sammy-J6Z3S. Good memories from Tough 18 Davey Grant when one of the Dave's opponents had to withdraw because of weight issues. That season, one of my favorites.
Good memories.
Same.
Yeah, that was a good one. What else, Frank? What else?
All I do is UFC. Ariel, do you think Brett going to WCW protected his legacy by avoiding the trilogy match?
Yeah.
This guy talks a lot about wrestling for all he does is UFC.
It's a great point.
And it's specifically Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels only.
Yeah. If you do me a favor, bud, whatever your name is, all I do is UFC. Watch Wrestling with Shadows and tell me if you will feel the same afterwards. That's all.
You called Shawn Michaels a mid-carder. I feel like this is deserved. This is deserved hatred coming back your way for that.
Oh, what else?
Sammy-J6Z3S writes back, Aljamain Sterling versus Renato Moicano are my favorite guests on the show. They speak their heart and don't leave anything out.
Oh, appreciate that. Two of my favorites as well. Always enjoy them. They keep it real, right?
We'll await Sammy's reply.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Danny Alfaro 1988. New York Rick is 1,000% right. You can have a shitty performance and still get a finish bonus. One can argue that the finish is the performance. That's in air quotes. But New York Rick is on
all caps.
When am I not? I always am. Thank you.
Always.
Thank you for acknowledging.
What'd you say?
Who? Me?
Rick.
Put that back up. It's
seriously. What did you even say that he's like 1,000% right?
Oh, it's when we were talking about the bonuses.
We were just talking about the bonuses.
You can have a shitty performance and still get a finish bonus.
They should be separate. There should be no interplay between the two.
Yeah.
They are not linked.
Okay.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Sleeto says, GC copping the Max Holloway Ultimate Edition UFC 6.
Oh.
I got to cop the PS5 or the Xbox first.
Oh, yeah.
If you had to, which one you getting?
I've always been an Xbox guy growing up, but maybe I'll get a PlayStation.
How was the opposite?
Or maybe I get an Xbox so I can play with Dano.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, true.
Do you guys think those covers were actual images or 3D generated?
Nah. Didn't they have Alex in for the thing? Remember?
generated.
That was the thing we saw?
This is something that they would bring up on Reddit.
What is Reddit? Why did you say Reddit?
He can't.
You know what it is.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Iceman 7948. Ariel, if you have any connections at Paramount, please tell them to post past cards in full. Some of us can't always watch live. ESPN did it, and I can't see any reason not to continue the tradition.
There are some people I've seen. Kaposa's a big proponent of this. They get very upset, and rightfully so. It is annoying. The way it's all broken down. If only we had a friend on this program who has some contacts over at Paramount
I'm actually
Plus.
texting him right now.
Okay, please, thank you. Yeah, it is weird that they, like the app for the most part, working through the kinks.
What? Go ahead, say it.
No, the PIP thing, they fixed it, but this is weird. Have you ever noticed when you try to go back?
Yeah, they have the highlight thing.
Yeah.
They don't have the...
Right, it's weird. So, Jordan's on it, all right? Jordan's on it. What else, Frankie? What else?
Danny Alfaro 1988. BSD versus Patty. I'm calling it right now. Patty by sub.
Hey, speaking of which, PT, we all weighed in. Like it or hate it?
BSD? I actually think it's a great fight.
Sorry to interrupt whatever you were doing there. It seemed
Oh, it was, you see...
Dozing off?
Sheen Al-Shadi was contacting me. You know what I mean? My other boss.
Mid-show?
I'm trying
Mid-show?
Listen, man, I'm in demand. You joking me? Like, we're talking about the blower today. Do you want to know how many calls I had today?
From Sheen?
Not from Sheen.
Come on, air it out.
I was on the dig when I was excavating.
Sorry,
the
what?
European
Oh, right.
Sexual
when you were working out in the garden?
The sex.
You were definitely zoned out though. You were like, "There's the BSD."
He was fuming. The call was, PT, I'm going to need you to do a live blog for PFL Sioux Falls this week.
Literally.
Is that literally it?
we agreed on that, and we're after having the flip reverse because the Australian times on the.
Oh yeah.
So watch out for that live blog, guys.
Those.
Did you just finger gun the audience?
Those do insane numbers. What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, MBU 90. Dana's fastball is back, baby.
Yes. Yes. I was trying to think.
He did seem really excited.
He did seem excited. Let's see if it trickles. I mean, if he can't get excited for Sean Strickland versus Khamzat Chimaev after that promo, then what are you getting excited about?
Beating up babies.
Will you parlay the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner with Menery's back?
There's a lot going on.
It's going to be a crazy report when he goes to his next physical exam. It's going to be like, have you been doing some exciting stuff lately?
Do it, Frank. Do the thing that you did before the show. Go ahead. Perfect way. Go
That's
ahead.
how we end it?
Do it.
What did
Frank,
he do?
do it.
Take the track, brother.
Pizza, you got to hear this. It was unbelievable what he did on the fly. Listen.
So much pressure now.
Listen.
DJ Frank.
This is so good.
So much pressure.
He killed it.
Beating up babies. This is like beating up babies. We're literally beating up babies. That's a great point.
I feel like there was more symphony
Frank,
show.
you did
I
it so
feel
much
like there was
better.
a lot more
You were
overlap.
remixing it.
Symphony. He was hitting every button.
Frank, and then he was doing like short and then coming back. Frank.
Beating up.
Yes,
babies.
he was doing that.
Yeah,
Frank,
there
do
was
it
some
again.
reverb in there.
Do it again, Frank. Go ahead. Come on.
He had the headphones. He was like, he was doing the turntable.
Frank, that's
Bro was
disappointing.
fucking killing it.
Look, I'll take the demerit. It's fine.
He was doing this on the fly, Pizzi. Beating
I'm sure it's that's exciting.
Yeah,
you missed it. We were all going crazy in there.
You had to have been there.
Oh, Pizzi missed out.
Jordan was dancing on his head. It was wild.
Gentlemen, tomorrow on the
Yes.
program,
Yes,
we're going to
what
have
is
one of our favorites, the almighty one, Arnold Allen's going to be joining us. It's always a great day. And he said he's setting the mood because later in the night, for him over in the UK, I think he's in the UK, Ipswich trying to secure promotion. So he's going to be talking to us, and then Ipswich Town playing to secure their spot. I think they're going up against Southampton, I think, but a tough one against Man City on the weekend. But anyway, always great to talk to Arnold Allen. He is fighting on the 16th of May. One of our favorites, PDF, is going to be joining us. Phil DeFries, the KSW heavyweight. Wow, that really popped Pizzi. Love it. I call him PDF. And in studio, it's always electric when Lou DiBella joins us in studio.
Oh shit! This is a great fucking. I'm very excited about this.
And he's got a lot to say about the state of boxing. Ali Act last week, Anthony Joshua's fight, Tyson
Will you just
Fury.
make sure you get him to fucking lose his mind like last time? Last time, him frothing at the mouth and you sitting there going.
About the women's boxing.
It does not take much. Go
Yeah, I
look
love
at
how
his
you're
Twitter
like,
feed.
make sure you get him to, as if he's not going to on his own. Like, that he needs prompting for this. Lou's incredible.
Freaking out the last
Can't
time.
wait.
Yeah.
Let's. I know you like it hot in there. Let's crank the heat up a couple so he just starts sweating profusely.
I love it.
Did you say afterwards he just went into like a normal conversation with you immediately after? Like, oh, how's it going,
We
man?
get out of there and he's just like, "What'd you think of that?" I was like, "Yeah, it was good." He's like, "All right, I gotta go." He's like, "Is there any good places to eat around here? Salad?" I was like, "Yeah, there's a Just Salad across the street." All right, see ya. It's like, "Thanks, Lou."
Lou D.
What a fucking savage.
Louis D. And much more as well. For now, though, we say goodbye.
See ya.
See you, people. That was hot. Who do we
3
think?
o'clock stuck the landing.
Can we get an Orlando Magic win tonight? Yeah, 3 o'clock. Can we get a Magic win tonight, guys?
Yeah, we definitely
Who gives a shit?
Oh, wait a second, Pizzi.
Thank you, Frank.
Wait a second, Pizzi. Wait a second. You've been cool as can be. I'm firing up the FOTMob app. United win. You haven't mentioned United. 2-1 against Brentford.
I know, yeah.
You didn't
Sesko.
Hey,
Casemiro.
climbing up there. Third in the table, huh?
Yeah, fucking. Of course we are.
A few scrolls down, there's Nottingham sitting at 39, 16th. How are we feeling, really? How are we feeling?
Who's the shirt?
Who's Spurs playing? Aston Villa.
Oh, you got the United shirt on there. It is.
Oh, he had.
Look at that.
Wow.
3 leaves.
Been
still?
sweating up a storm in here.
This is the 2.0. This
That's
is
a
the
nice
this is
one.
The,
What year is that?
The retro.
Wow. What's it
I don't know, it's
say?
like a
Sharp
reissue.
on there? What's it say?
No, there's no sharp. It's just plain.
Tell me you went down to the pub in the in-between.
I didn't. Elaine made spicy ramen. I thought I was going to shit myself when I came back on the show. I'm going to be honest with you.
How annoyed were you when we said, can you come back at 3 Eastern, 8?
Yeah, I may have said a few things about that today.
I'm sorry. You can
No,
blame
I
Yuri
messed
for
that
that one.
I knew they were going to fucking win.
I was with some Liverpool fans, Irish Liverpool fans this weekend, and they said Liverpool is the team for the Irish. And I was like, well, I know one who doesn't feel the same.
He disagrees strongly.
Yeah, fair play to them. In fact, Irish people usually support Everton. I'm just saying.
Thank you for that, PT. Jiri, Aljo, Davey, thank you. Thanks, Sam. Thanks to you. Back to our site. Type says peace out here.
Beating up babies.